Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. It is a Monday morning. It is the 5th of May, and it is gorgeous outside. Take a look, 51 degrees as you're getting up on this Monday. Lots of sunshine there. Let's bring in First Alert meteorologist Maggie McCauley joining us now to get things started off in the digital desk. And Maggie, cool this morning, but wow, what a day ahead, right? Good morning.
Yeah, hey, good morning. That's right. Good Monday morning out there to you. We saw a nice weekend of weather. We're going to be seeing a nice Monday of weather as well. If you got anything you got going on outdoors, want to take it outdoors, it's going to be a good day to do it. Let me show you overall what we got going on before we get into really the meat of the forecast this work week. We're tracking a low pressure system sitting just off to our north and east. You can kind of see the bands and those clouds rotating around this system. We're seeing a little bit of blow off cloud cover from it, but most of us starting off very dry and with a lot of sunshine this morning. This is actually a part of an overall weather pattern we've got going on. You might have seen this picture on social media. I've seen it going around a lot over the past few days. So let me explain to you what you're looking at right now. I know you didn't come here for a science lesson, but this will teach you a little bit of what's going on today while we're seeing those below average conditions. Right now across the United States, we're in what's called an omega block of a weather pattern. Why is that? Well, as you can see, it kind of looks like the Greek letter omega. And what happens is we're between two low pressure systems and a high pressure system sitting in the middle. Now, depending on which side you're on, we're kind of squished in the middle, but a little bit more on that low pressure side today. That's causing those below average conditions, a little bit of cloud cover and possibly a little bit of a shower activity today, maybe a sprinkle or two for some places. I'll get into that in just a minute. But that high pressure is actually keeping us dry as well. It's kind of suppressing any development from coming in to the southern half of the United States. So that's our overall weather pattern today. Let's talk temperature wise as well, because it's going to be really nice out there over the next few hours. We're going to be starting off in the 50s, 8, 9 o'clock. So even if you're headed out in the next few hours, still sitting in the 50s, a little bit cooler, maybe going to need the coat on your way out. Able to shed it by the afternoon. We'll be middle 60s as we head 11 o'clock into noon as well. And then most of us going to be sitting in the 70s this afternoon. This is below average for this time of year, but hey, nobody's complaining about 70s, right? 72 here in Memphis, 71 in Holly Springs, middle 70s expected from Clarksdale all the way into Lafayette County with some partly cloudy conditions into your afternoon. I said we could see a sprinkle or two if you're closer to that low pressure system that's to our north. So folks in Blytheville, I'm thinking Mississippi County, and to places like Dyer, Crockett County, western Tennessee, more likely of seeing maybe a passing sprinkle or two this afternoon. I think a lot of us stay dry and overall just a really great Monday out there. Let's talk about tomorrow. A little bit warmer than today, still starting out in the 50s, middle 50s expected by your 7 o'clock hour. Then we're going to be topping off in the middle 70s into your Tuesday. Overall still nice out there. You can see though cloud cover does build as we head into your afternoon, and that's going to be the same story with those rain chances as well. So let me give you a first alert to midweek rain chances back into the picture. I'm tracking a few chances for rain over the next few days. Here's the thing, I'm not talking about washout days. I'm not talking about rain for everybody every single day, but we are seeing some rain chances, some spotty downpours likely into a few afternoons of your work week ahead. So let's talk about your latest futurecast, starting this on Tuesday. So again, a lot of us stay dry today and staying dry through a majority of your Tuesday. Headed out the door for Tuesday, you're good to go. I'm not tracking rain until we head to the back half of the day. You can see those showers creeping into Oklahoma, places like southern Arkansas. Those are going to be making their way into the mid-south as we head into Tuesday evening. So if you have any plans, maybe some ball games going on later Tuesday evening, just expect rain to come back into the picture. The heaviest staying to our south, but again, showers creeping in as we head overnight into your Wednesday morning. So here's your first alert as well as you're headed out the door Wednesday morning. Got that early morning commute. Rain likely still hanging on here in the mid-south. Probably going to be a wet commute out the door for you for your Wednesday. The good news is these showers look to really taper off into Wednesday afternoon. And yeah, we're still hanging out in the 70s by Wednesday as well. So that's some good news. Not all day long of that rainfall as we kick into Thursday, starting out dry, and then we'll see showers again progress into your Thursday afternoon and evening. So again, a few chances for rain to come on and off here in the mid-south. Overall, here's the good news I have for you. Even though we're tracking those rain chances all the way from Tuesday and keeping it about a 20% chance out there for your Friday as well, take a look at Mother's Day weekend. I took off rain chances because it's looking dry out there for your Saturday and Sunday, so that is something to look forward to. And again, not rain all day every day, and if you get not under one of those rain pockets. We're looking at temperatures sitting in the 70s, so not a bad work week out there by any means. 70s expected for your day today. Again, great day, Cinco de Mayo. Get out, enjoy it. Take dinner or lunch on the patio. As we had Tuesday and Wednesday, better rain chances come into play, especially into the evening, overnight hours into your early Wednesday. Temperatures stay in the 70s all the way through your Friday as well. As we head into your Mother's Day weekend, dry conditions come back into play. More sunshine comes back into play as well. Still sitting in the 70s, so enjoy it, and your 80s do come back as we head into our next work week. So I just encourage folks, enjoy, soak in those 70s while we have them this spring.
They look fantastic. I mean, that's like Chamber of Commerce weather, Maggie. I mean, 70s and upper 50s and 60s. I love it. The rain on Wednesday, and it looks maybe a little bit on Tuesday. Nothing severe, right? Maggie, did we lose you? Okay. Well, it doesn't look severe. That's a good thing. And so we'll continue to discuss more and more about the forecast with Maggie throughout the morning here on Action News 5's digital desk. But once again, showing you that live look from our High Five camera, Midtown Memphis. Just gorgeous out there as we get going on this work week. Another shot downtown. A nice clear shot of the I-40 bridge, the Mississippi, traffic running smoothly there. 51 degrees at 7:06. So we have a busy and ambitious day here on the Action News 5 digital desk. At 8 o'clock, we're going to be talking about UT Health Science Center offering some free dental care for some Memphis middle and high school students. We're also going to be talking about the Mommy and Me Expo. Having a baby is so fantastic. It's so wonderful. And for new couples out there, it can be a little overwhelming. So Regional One Health is hosting this second annual Mommy and Me Baby Expo. We're going to be talking with some of the organizers about that as well. And Jefferson Starship, a classic rock band coming to South Haven, Mississippi, June 13th. We're going to be talking with Kathy Richardson, certainly a member of the band, and about their trip to South Haven and the Mid-South. We'll be talking about all of that coming up on Action News 5's digital desk. But right now, I want to go back outside. Going to take a quick break here on Action News 5's digital desk. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Okay, good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. You know, there are so many great Memphians doing some amazing things each and every day. And some are local, some are regional, but then there are a few that are doing amazing work nationally and internationally. And I want to tell you about Shaw Jones. He is a native Memphian, and he is someone that is on TV, he's in movies, and he recently made his off-Broadway debut. He's in TV, he was on NCIS, he was on Criminal Minds, Star Trek Picard, in movies 5th of November, Proximity, The Forever Purge. Recently made his off-Broadway debut in an original play. It's called Wounded, and he has a recurring role on Jimmy Kimmel as well. Maybe you've seen him. Either way, it's just great to see a native Memphian doing great things, and I'm joined on the digital desk by Shaw Jones right now. So Shaw, let's first talk. It's great to meet you online, by the way, and tell us first off about your Memphis roots and how that propelled you to an incredible, successful career on the stage. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's so good to be here. I think coming from Memphis gave me a set of values that has really helped me in my career.
Tell me about it.
I just think that, like, luckily I went to a school in Memphis that gave me the right amount of work ethic, because it takes a lot of work to sustain a career in the arts, I think. I think the support I got from my family and friends and everybody in Memphis has really helped me stay on the path.
Fantastic. So, we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning here on our digital channel, the Digital Desk. I'm sure there might be some folks that say, hey, I remember Shaw back in the day.
Right.
So tell me where you went to high school. What did you do? Did you hang out in certain spots? Take me there.
Yeah, I tell you, I went to MUS, Memphis University School for Boys, and I didn't actually do any theater there. I started my theater career sort of in college and after. But I tell you, I think that, going to MUS in my formative years helped me a lot. It helped me to work on focusing on subjects. I think going to an all-boys school was a big deal for me. I certainly played sports, but I think one of the things that helped me the most was while I was in high school, I started boxing. And that really, really helped me in my acting career. I often say that before I step into a room in for an audition, where I have prepared, but I don't know exactly what I'm going into, is a lot like stepping into a boxing ring, where I've prepared, but I don't know actually what I'm going into until I step into the room, and I have to overcome fears and mental blocks and sort of go into the ring against an opponent and do battle and come out victorious on the other side, I hope, when I walk into casting rooms.
Wow, okay, boxing at MUS. Never knew that. Wow, fantastic. So you have this long career. You've done TV, you've done movies, you have a reoccurring role on Jimmy Kimmel Live. Now you've made this off-Broadway debut. Tell me about how different that is compared to everything else. And was there something in your past, you've been doing this for a long time, that really it's something that you look at as very instrumental in your success?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that, like, I've done a lot of film and TV, but especially doing stage in New York. The great thing about stage is it is completely live. Obviously, there's no cuts. Let's do this take again. So it takes an extreme amount of focus, which I find exhilarating. There's no safety nets. Especially in the play I was doing, it was just a two-person play. So, it's really, you depend on your partner to help you if you get lost. But what I love is of acting for the most part is you'll hear a lot is about being in the moment, right? Feeling things and emotions in the moment so that they're real. And that's exactly what I have to do in this play. And if I just stay present in the play, everything comes out of me. So it's just an amazing thing for an actor.
I bet. I mean, you explained it very well, talking about how, you don't get 2, 3, or 4 takes on something. You got to do it right then and there, and that's
right
it.
there, yeah.
And you gotta ad lib or live if you don't remember something just right. I mean, it's something that I would think the true actor in everyone really comes out on stage like that. Tell me about some of those things that you look back on in your career and you think, man, I'm really proud of that. Do you have several of those moments?
Yeah, one of them really is this play. I'm really proud of the work we did in New York. It's sort of a culmination of everything I've worked on up to that moment. Everything that you go through in life, the ups and the downs, and a lot of people don't think about the downs. It's the downs that really gives you depth to your work and to focus on those and to realize, you know, where that took you. And certainly the character in Wounded, you know, he starts on a very positive path in life and goes to a prestigious school. He goes to Baylor. He has everything in front of him. He's like kind of like a golden child. And through his, you know, decisions and actions, he goes down a darker path in life, which leads to addiction and ultimately jail. And the play starts with him coming out of that and where he's at in his life. And so, you know, I used a lot of darker moments in my life. As an artist, you have to learn to paint with the bright colors of your life and the dark colors. And I think that's what gives a character and a role depth and makes it interesting, certainly for me as an actor.
No question about it. So when you talk to aspiring actors, whether they're from Memphis or elsewhere, what do you tell them to inspire them and to make sure they're starting their journey on the right path?
Yeah, well, what I would tell someone, which I sort of wish someone would have told me, is to ultimately be you. For so many years as a young actor, I tried to interpret what I thought people wanted from me in an audition, in a role. I would think to myself, okay, when I walk in that room, how do they want me to play that line? How should I say that line that I think they're going to like? And then when I realized that I need to do that line, I need to say that line as Shaw would say it. If I would filter it through Shaw's life, that line, that sentence, when I filter it through my life and my experiences, how it comes out, that's the way I need to do it. And when I started doing that is when I really started working a lot more as an actor. So I would tell any young actor to be you and to say it how you would say it, to interpret it. I get a lot of auditions sometimes where they want me to do a couple different takes. And, you know, sometimes I just send in one take. I send in, this is how I interpret the role. This is how I interpret the character. This is how I'm going to do it. And if you like it, great. If not, you know, maybe I'm not the guy. But if you hire me, this is what you're getting.
When you come back home to Memphis, are there places you have to go, or places you'd like to see?
I tell you, I have to see family because I just find it. I need that in my life, and I mean, I certainly do all the haunts. I mean, I definitely have to go. It sounds cheesy, but I've got to go to Corky's and Rendezvous because my kids make me take them there, and they like to gorge themselves. And then, you know, I need to go down to the river. I spent a lot of time down there. I found a place I would go sit and just kind of be with myself when I started early on in boxing and sort of ground myself. And I go there sort of as a always a thing, just to remind myself of where it came from.
Awesome, Shaw. Well, listen, it's great to talk to you. Great to meet you. And
yeah, thank you.
Easy about wanting Memphis barbecue every time you come into town.
It's ridiculous, but it's true.
I mean, it's so good, isn't it?
Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Well, listen, congratulations on such an accomplished career. We are very proud of you here.
Thank you.
We're proud of any native Memphian that does so well. Anything, I'll leave you the last word. Anything else you'd like to say to our Mid-South crowd tuning in?
I tell you, I mean, I hope to be back there soon. I'm working on writing a film right now about some younger, my younger memories of when I was boxing. Particularly, my boxing coach got me a fight at a maximum security prison when I was 14. And so I'm writing a film on that, and I hope to come back and shoot it.
Wow, that's awesome. I love it. That's what they call a tease in the industry, right? That was great.
Yes.
All right, Shaw. Well, listen, thanks for coming on the Digital Desk. Congratulations once again.
You bet.
We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to show you this. This is the sights and certainly lots of sounds of the Memphis Greek Festival headed our way May 9th and 10th from 11 until 8 both days. It's going to be on the Greek island on Highland and Sam Cooper in Memphis. Joining me now to talk more about the Greek Festival is Kathy Zimbelis. And Kathy, it's always great to talk about the Memphis Greek Festival, and it seems like it's getting bigger and better each year. Tell me about it. Good morning.
Well, first of all, oppa! Just one of the many things that we'll be having available for the Memphis Greek Festival. It is our 66th year this year. We're so excited, and it is getting bigger and better. Our crowds are just amazing, and we are so excited to be able to provide a little bit of our faith, our culture, our heritage. And you're right, it's right there on the island on Highland, 573 North Highland. We will have free shuttles from Poplar Plaza Shopping Center and as well as Life Church. Please take the shuttles because it's very limited on where you can park during that area. And it drops you off right there at the front gate. Bring 3 canned goods. It'll get you in free, and that goes to the Mid-South Food Bank. So we're helping the people of the Mid-South, and you're going to be having a great time. We have live music, Greek dancers, the church tours, sorry, and also just so much food and happiness. The Greeks embrace people, as we both know, being Greek, and we just love this time of the year. It's so much fun.
So tell us about what we're seeing here. This is some of the dancers there,
These
the
are
Athenian dance
Athenian
troupe.
dance troops, and then they'll perform on Friday, and then again on Saturday we'll have live music that goes with that as well. And then on Friday night, I believe it's around 5:30, we'll have free dance lessons as well. Inside the church, we want you to go in our church. It's absolutely beautiful. Father Simon will lead our church tours, and then inside our fellowship hall, we have the main meal, which you can get if you'd like to online. If you go to memphisgreekfestival.com, you can buy tickets in advance and find out about everything. And don't forget, we have a drive-through, and everything's available there as well with our meals, some of the desserts. We'll have Greek pizza. We'll have the biftekia, which is like a gyro, with the tzatziki sauce. And you know what? If you don't know where we are, roll your window down, go down Highland, and you will smell all of the delicious food being cooked and be ready to go. Our ladies been working so hard on all of the pastries, and gosh, they're delicious. The baklava cheesecake to our meals that we have prepared, as well as our pastry. If you don't have a gift for mom, come to the festival. We have tons of great gifts available. We have a Greek boutique. We have so many things ready to go for you.
Yes, and some of those pastries, I mean, the recipes go back decades, and
Yes.
sometimes 100 years there. And the ladies, the yayas, the grandmothers, have been working on this feverishly leading up
Yes.
to the festival.
Yes, we'll have our cookbook. It's Greek to Me available as well. And you know what's so special for us is we are continuing our wonderful traditions that our mothers, our yayas, our grandmothers that you said, and our men too, because they're involved just as much as the ladies are. And these recipes are so authentic and so delicious. And if you don't know what you want, we have a pre-packed sweets ready to go. So get a little bit of everything while you're doing that as well.
No question about it. Okay, so we have the dancing, we have the music, we have the food, we got the church tours, we got the bookstore, Greek dancing lessons. What else can we talk about?
And also we have a little family area, the kids zone. So you know what? A lot of people come to through the drive-through on Friday because they're working, and then on Saturday they come back and they bring the whole family, and you can literally spend the whole day there and just have an absolutely fabulous time. And we'll let you be Greek for 2 days, and we think that it's a lot of fun. And a lot of people go to the church tours, and then they end up joining our church because they love our Greek Orthodox faith, which is the mother church. So come and learn about that. That's what's most important to us as well.
Is there going to be Greek beer? Some years it goes so quickly, and it's so tasty.
Fast. It goes fast. I know. Talking for yourself, I'm sure, but it does go super fast, and we really want people to come early because a lot of their sweets, especially the baklava, even though we make extra, that goes very fast because it's really one of the most popular. I personally like the baklava cheesecake. I think it's absolutely delicious. I mean, baklava and cheesecake you put together, and man, boom, it's wonderful.
And it's important for people to know that there is a cover charge, but you can get in for free with 3 cans And that
Yes.
goes to the Mid-South Food Bank.
It does, and we are one of the best ones of the events that helps the Mid-South Food Bank. So know when you're coming, you're doing something not just for yourself to enjoy, but you're helping the Memphis community. I mean, it's a win-win as far as I'm concerned.
Excellent. Okay, Kathy Zimbelis on the Action News 5 digital desk talking about the Memphis Greek Festival, May 9th and 10th from 11 until 8. Kathy, always appreciate talking to you. Looking forward to
Yes,
seeing you
we'll see you on
once
the
again
dance
on the
floor too,
Greek Island.
Andrew.
Yes, Greek Island on Highland. Thank you.
Yes. Oh,
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. It's already pool season, and before you know it, school's going to be out, and the family's going to be either hanging out at the pool or going to the lake or going to the beach. And you want to make sure you have water safety top of mind, just to make sure everything is A-OK throughout the spring and summer months. I'm joined right now by aquatics leader at Lifetime Fitness in Collierville, Lindsay Carter, joining me on the digital desk to talk about maybe some friendly reminders, some tips and tricks to keep everybody safe around the water this season. Lindsay, good morning to you. Tell us maybe some tips, some just friendly reminders out there, first off, of what people can do to make sure everybody is safe. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. I think that the most important thing is making sure that you always have visual contact on your non-swimmer, and making sure that you are wearing Coast Guard approved life vest. Coast Guard approved life vest are those are the life vests that you don't blow air into. And so, the simple safety around the pool, right? Which would include not running around the pool. You run around the pool, you could slip, fall, and an emergency could happen. So I think just putting that phone down, keeping eye contact. If your child or an adult is a non-swimmer, having someone that is a swimmer within 10 feet of them.
Okay, Lindsay, let me ask you this. When do you recommend people, maybe with younger families, when do you recommend swim lessons? Do you recommend that early on, or a little bit later? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the earlier the child goes through swim lessons, the more confident and succeeding in swim that they can be. We start at Lifetime, we start swim lessons at 3 months, but we also go all the way up to adult age. I don't think that you're too young to do swim lessons, and I do not believe that you're too old for swim lessons. Even if that consists of just learning your life-saving skills in the water, I don't think that there is a age that we should put on swim lessons. So we start at 3 months old, and then we do go all the way up to adult age. The earlier the better, obviously, but there's no age for swim lessons.
Okay, so we're looking at some video here of kids, hanging out on the pool. Before you know it, the school's going to be out. There's going to be a lot of days like this across Memphis and the Mid-South. So what other tips should we recommend for the folks out there just to make sure everybody is safe this year?
Right, absolutely. We do make sure that all the children pass a 25-10 test. What our 25-10 rule is, if the child cannot swim 25 meters, then an adult swimmer needs to be 10 feet. I think that can go for the community families as well. We also making sure that you're taking breaks. We recommend no longer than 2 hours. So every 2 hours, you can take breaks before that 2 hour mark, but we do at least 2 hours. Those breaks need to consist of reapplying sunscreen, hydrating, resting, maybe a light snack, and just getting out of the water, so the child can regroup or the adult can regroup from the fun.
Okay, good. And tell me about how many people should be, I guess, lifeguarding or watching the pool during these times when kids are playing.
Right. So we do have ratios for our summer camp that we offer at Lifetime. We do a 1-to-3 ratio for non-swimmers and a 1-to-6 ratio for swimmers. For lifeguards, it's 2 lifeguards per 25 kids for our outdoor pool. We typically have 7 to 8 lifeguards on duty watching during the summertime. Indoor pool, it is a little bit different. It's 1 guard per 25, but when we do open our outdoor pool, we do have 2 guards per 25 kids. So roughly about 7 to 8 guards on duty during our pool season.
Where do parents often make mistakes from your perspective? Where do people kind of get in trouble?
Technology, phones, getting out of the water when your child is still in the water, taking your eyes off the water. I think a lot of times the parents like, yeah, my child can do that. And your child may be able to do that. I think that when there are a ton of children in the pool and everyone's having fun, sometimes the child may look at another child and start doing what they're doing, maybe not knowing that that requires a different skill, that child's a different age. I think that and I'm a mom as well of 3. And so as a parent, your priority needs to always be to be watching your child, and try to stay off the phone, try to stay in the water, and then realize that they may need swim lessons, right? Every child needs a refresher when it comes to swim because most of the time they take that winter season off. They're not in the pool as much. So just acknowledging that, let's get a refresher. Let me make sure that all the skills are still there. And then realizing that sometimes those skills can fall back to make sure that we're not taking our minds and thoughts off of like, okay, well, maybe they do need more help so I think it's just really paying attention to those signs and cues. And then obviously that phone on the pool, wanting to scroll through social media and we take our eyes off the pool, but where our child is, I think is a huge thing that parents come across.
Put the phone down. Yes, Lindsay Carter. All right. We appreciate those tips for a safe, happy, and healthy swim season all season long. Lindsay, thank you for joining us on the Digital Desk. We appreciate the knowledge. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We always love to talk about the parties and the various events going on at Memphis Botanic Garden, and they got a food truck garden party happening at Memphis Botanic Garden. Let's bring in Jenna Harris over at Memphis Botanic Garden. Just a gorgeous day to get outside and enjoy one of the gems at Memphis Botanic Garden. Jenna, tell us more. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we are so excited to be able to bring back this favorite series again. You know, we've kind of gone from this cool spring to now all of a sudden it feels like summer already. So picnic times, time to come out and enjoy the garden. You can see I'm here in the rose garden. It is in peak bloom right now and just looking gorgeous. And as we're starting to kind of take out all of those spring flowers in the garden and getting in all of our summer annuals, you'll start to see all kinds of new colors and things happening all throughout the garden. So it's just a great time to come over for an evening on the second Wednesday of May, June, and then September and October. We'll have our food truck garden party series. So the first one's going to be May 14th. And we'll be out there with our one of our local bands, Tracking Giants. They play all kinds of fun music. And then some of our food trucks. We'll have Mexico and Memphis there. We'll have an ice cream truck there. So all kinds of food trucks, as well as a spot to pick up some cocktails or drinks if you want. All the lawn games will be out for the kids. And again, it's just a time to come out, have your picnic, and then go explore the grounds. You're 96 acres full of all different things that are blooming at the time. You know, that's about the time we start feeding our koi again. So you'll get to go out there, see the koi fish in the Japanese garden, which is really close to our food truck garden party area. So it's just, again, another fun opportunity to come see everything changing in the garden and get ready for this next season.
Yeah, so you got 4 garden parties. The first one is May 14th with, as you mentioned, the food trucks, live music from Tracking Giants, all kinds of different food trucks there. Looks like there's a good crowd each and every year, huh?
Yeah, we've had great crowds to this. It's kind of become a tradition for a lot of people. You know, midweek, you kind of get to the point where you're over making dinner. So this is, again, it's a fun way to go out to dinner during the middle of the week, but in a different environment than, you know, heading out to a restaurant. You come out here, have a picnic, let the kids run around and play, listen to some good music. There's all kinds of different food options you can have. You go to one truck for maybe an appetizer, another one for dinner, and then you hit the dessert truck and grab a cocktail and explore the garden. So yeah, we usually have between 300 and 500 people at each event. The first one is going to be on May 14th, and that's going to be the only one during this season that you're going to be able to see our trolls, the Thomas Dambo trolls. They're moving on to their next place on May 21st. And so if you want to come and be able to explore the trolls before they're gone, this is the food truck party to come to.
Excellent, excellent. What else can we talk about, Jenna, before we let you go, and all the great things that are happening across those 96 acres?
Yeah, so again, you know, the trolls are going to be leaving us. They got to move on to another garden, but we're having a big weekend this weekend. For 21 and up, we're going to have our trolls garden party. Each one of the trolls kind of has a signature cocktail. You get to go around, you get 3 cocktails. There's food trucks here. We'll have a band. Go around and explore the garden at night. We'll have some hands-on activities where you get to make some hands-on crafts for the adults to take home. So kind of being a kid again with that. And then on Saturday, you can come back with your family. We're having our Troll Fest. This was going to happen a few weeks ago when we had that bad weather. So we've rescheduled for this weekend. We've got all kinds of community partners that are going to be out here. Protect Our Aquifer, Tennessee Native Plant Society, Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation, and lots more. So lots of community partners that'll be paired up with each one of the trolls that kind of shares the same mission that their organization shares. And they'll have hands-on activities for the kids. And again, we like to have music and food trucks, all the things that people need to be able to make a full day of it.
All right, Jenna Harris, Director of Education and Events at Memphis Botanic Garden. Thanks, as always, for joining us on the digital desk, and thank you for spelling out all these great events that are happening at one of those gems that we love in Memphis, the Memphis Botanic Garden. Thank you so much. Okay, back here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, guess what? We are approaching Smoke Slam 2025 in downtown Memphis at Tomley Park, May 15th, 16th, and 17th. Always a great time to talk about Memphis when it comes to barbecue and all the teams and all that gorgeous food. I'm joined now on the Action News 5 digital desk by Al Fragoni. He is an Argentinian pitmaster based in Texas, and he is joining us on the digital desk to talk about Smoke Slam this year. Al, good morning to you. So tell me what you're looking forward to the most when it comes to Smoke Slam. Good morning.
Hey, how are you guys? Thank you for having me. Well, Smoke Slam is always it's probably our favorite party or event in the year. What we are looking for is to interact with the people, see their reactions when they try our food, right? It's a special time for sure.
No question about it. I want to show video once again to our audience because it looks amazing down there. Of course, all that barbecue. What made you're from Argentina, you're now based in Texas. Tell me about your pilgrimage to Memphis and barbecue and being a pitmaster. Tell me about that.
Well, COVID did it. Well, first, being from Argentina is not a choice, right? You have to do open fire. That's what we do in Argentina. This is the highest beef consumption per capita in the world. We eat a lot of asado, we call it down there. So then I'm going to make it short, the story. 25 years ago, I married a Texan. So since then, my life has been between this. And to my understanding, American and Argentinian they're probably the two biggest barbecue cultures in the world. That's what I do. I fusion that, and since COVID, I started doing like a business, and I've been traveling around. And last year, I connected with the people from Smoke Slam, and we went there with the whole team. We cook whole hogs, whole cabritos, lamb, brisket, you name it. We took a team of 20 people. We served probably 10,000 samples, and it was a blast. And what we do also is a show, right? We do open fire cooking, so everything is very visual. It's very nice. It's very cool to go to watch and also to try the food.
Tell me your secret. I mean, you don't have to go into detail, Al, but tell me what is the main thing. It could be your style of cooking. It could be a certain ingredient. What do you think makes you a championship pitmaster?
Okay. All right. What I love to do, for me, the secret is the ingredients. Deal with good ingredients, right? Good sauces, good proteins, and then let the fire and the smoke do what they do, right? But the key is to have good ingredients. If you start with that, you're secure to have a good final product.
Absolutely. And there's so many people you mentioned just interacting with other teams, other pitmasters, the crowds that are there. What are you looking forward to the most? Is it just meeting other folks?
Yeah, so we know a lot of the people coming there. So the barbecue community is very special. Everybody is like super nice, super helpful. And again, the people that come to you and you have food for them, it's always a good time, right? It's like people are always smiling, are always like with a good vibe. This kind of event is like as a whole is such a good vibe, good food, good music, right? Nothing wrong with that. So yeah, me and my team, we are looking forward to this event like whole year.
Excellent, excellent. Well, it's relatively new, the Smoke Slam, that is. I mean, barbecue is embedded in our culture here. What would you say to someone to get them to come downtown to Tomley Park to Smoke Slam?
They're kind of the same. Like if you want to have a good time, eat good food, be by the river, listen to good music. I think it's a no-brainer. If you're in Memphis, you have to come. The tickets are very affordable, and what you get for those tickets is like so much. So I would recommend come with your family, come with a group of friends, and spend the whole day because again, it's a great time.
All right, Al Fragoni joining us, an Argentinian pitmaster via Texas, coming to be a part of Smoke Slam 2025, joining us on the digital desk. Thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck May 15th, 16th, and 17th, Al. We appreciate your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. Well, it is that time of year when you take a stroll outside and take a big deep breath in. You can smell the barbecue in Memphis. Yes, the Memphis in May World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest, less than 2 weeks away in Memphis. Looking forward to that and all the festivities surrounding it. I'm joined by Tiffany Perry with Memphis in May on the Action News 5 digital desk. Tiffany, good morning to you. Tell me about this year's World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. It's going to be great, right?
It is going to be absolutely amazing. And thank you all for having us this morning. If you all are not aware, Memphis in May has been around for almost 50 years in Memphis. And really, we were created to promote and celebrate Memphis culture, foster economic growth, and really enhance international awareness through education. We put on some of the largest events in Memphis, like the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest coming up in Liberty Park, May 14th through 17th. This year, we are so excited because this event is going to be bigger than ever. We have over 150 teams coming from all across the world to compete to be crowned the king of barbecue, pretty much. This year is the first year we've introduced our junior barbecue cooking competition. So we have youth teams traveling in from across the world that are going to be participating. We're super excited. Memphis Shelby County Schools has 4 teams that they are actually putting into this contest. So there will be a prince or princess of barbecue crowned this year at this year's competition as well. So consumers, the city of Memphis, we invite you all out to join us over that weekend. There are over 100 ways for you all to sample and try barbecue, multiple experiences that you can take part of. Barbecue Alley is one of the favorites. That is where you all can go in and kind of experience like a tasting room experience. And you can try barbecue and sides from 4 or 5 of, some of the most world-renowned barbecue restaurants that we have. If that's not enough, you can participate in the Kingsford Tour of Champions and get to experience the barbecue contest like our judges do. So you come in, you actually serve as a judge, you get to judge and critique barbecue from some of those teams competing in the contest. So it's an exciting time. I urge everyone to come hungry because there will be lots of cooking demonstrations where consumers can experience food at the Home Depot outdoor kitchen. There'll be some junior teams doing demos. So it's just a fun time. It's a backyard barbecue party. There's music, there's DJs. We have the Barcades coming in this year just in time. Lil White. So a lot of, music, fun, and festivities, which is what Memphis culture is all about.
No question about it, and I love going each and every year. It's so much fun, Tiffany, and just smelling the barbecue in Memphis is smells so good. And this is, I like to remind people, and you touched on it a little bit. This has been around for almost 50 years. This is the best of the best. You got to win a contest in order to compete. I mean, these are the best in the world, right?
Absolutely. We have some of the best pit masters. USA Today ranked the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest as the most prestigious contest around. We have been very fortunate to have teams that have been involved in this contest year after year. They come back they look forward to it. Before we even leave the park this year, teams will already be planning to return next year. We have worked with our teams to offer them a lot of exciting opportunities this year. Kroger has partnered with us actually to come on board and really help some of those teams who are creating their own products, their own sauces and rubs. And they're going to work with some of these teams to actually feature their sauces and rubs in Kroger stores, throughout this region. So we're super excited to be able to offer that incentive for teams to participate. This year, we will actually have a barbecue marketplace on site. So if you're taste testing food or some of the barbecue and barbecue alley, and you fall in love with a sauce or a rub, as a consumer, you'll be able to go to our barbecue marketplace and pick that sauce or rub up directly and take it home with you. So our contest provides, an opportunity for folks to gather and, have fun. But really, it also provides an opportunity for these teams to be able to, create new customers, become a trusted and loyal brand amongst the barbecue community. And it's just an exciting time for all of those who are involved.
Exactly, and I know it's May 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th. Do you recommend any particular day where people who perhaps haven't gone in a long time or they've never gone, do you recommend a certain time to go?
There is no bad time to come to the barbecue cooking contest. What I will say, on Wednesday night, that's opening night, May 14th, our CEO, Mac Weaver, was super excited about the opening ceremony festivities. So we're honoring South Korea this year. And so there is a delegation from South Korea that will be here. The mayors from South Korea will be here for the opening night ceremony. In honor of that, we are doing a $25 barbecue alley and general admission special. So that's a pretty good deal if you're looking for the best bargain. And then the opening night festivities are always fun. We're going to have a band out there really trying to kick off the competition. And you'll get to hear from last year's grand champion, the Shed. Opening night is always fun, but there's so much happening every day that there is no bad time to come out to Liberty Park. We have Chef Bakey, which is a YouTube sensation for kids that will be on the kids stage during the junior demo. So if you got kids, there will be plenty of things for them to do and dance and get excited. So this really is a family fun event, and there's no bad time to join us at Liberty Park.
All right, Tiffany Perry joining us, Memphis in May, talking about the World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest, Liberty Park, May 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th. Tiffany, thank you. We're getting us all excited for Barbecue Fest. We appreciate it.
Well, I'm looking forward to welcoming you all this year to Liberty Park, and encourage everyone visit memphisinmay.org to purchase your tickets. We're excited to have you.
Awesome.
Well, happy Monday out there to you. Going to be a great day of weather ahead. Let me show you what I'm tracking. We're looking at a low pressure system sitting just to the north and east of us today. You can kind of see those clouds and rain bands wrapped around it, sitting in places like Kentucky, more of central Tennessee. This is giving us some blow off cloud cover, could give us some slight rain chances for some of us into the later portion of your day ahead. Most of us staying dry and really nice conditions out there. Look at that. Temperatures this afternoon going to be in the 70s for most. 72 here in Memphis, 73 down in Senatobia, even middle 70s from places like Helena, West Helena, Arkansas, all the way stretching into portions of Oxford, Mississippi. Great day ahead. Again, very small shower chance out there today, mainly if you're closer to that low pressure system that's off to our north. So places like Mississippi County and to Dyer, Crockett County, better chances of seeing a passing light shower at best. Again, most of us staying dry all day today. As for tomorrow, a little bit warmer out there. We're going to be starting off in the middle 50s by the 7 o'clock hour and ending in the middle 70s. Still a great day out there. We will see cloud cover build into the afternoon and evening hours, along with rain chances coming back into the picture into your Tuesday afternoon and evening as well. So let me give you your first alert to midweek rain chances in the picture. That's why I encourage you, if you have any plans, any yard work to get done, maybe want to mow the grass, today is our lowest day of rain chances out of the work week ahead. Let me give you your first alert to the latest futurecast on rain chances throughout the rest of your work week. As we head into Tuesday, I think a lot of the day on Tuesday actually remains dry. You can see by 1 p.m. we're still dry here in the Mid-South, but we're watching showers that are just off to our west. These are going to be lifting into the Mid-South into the evening and overnight hours. So if you got any plans, maybe some ball games going on later Tuesday evening, just know these showers are going to be coming into play. Heaviest down to our south. These are going to be making their way overnight and lingering into your Wednesday morning commute as well. So headed out the door Wednesday, schoolwork, still seeing showers in the area as you're headed out the door. The good news is those will be dissipating into the afternoon. So again, we're not tracking rain all day, every day, just showers in and out of the picture. Let's shift into Thursday, starting off your morning commute dry, but then seeing shower chances increase into your afternoon hours yet again for your Thursday, and temperatures still sitting in the 70s. Let's take a look at your 10-day forecast. 70s expected today all the way through Saturday. So below average conditions sitting in the Mid-South and sticking around for a little while. We'll be in the low 70s today. Again, very small rain chance out there for your Monday. They do pick back up as we head, especially overnight and then into your Wednesday morning. But you can see temperatures still sitting in the 70s, low 70s out there for your Wednesday. Middle 70s out there for your Thursday. Overnight lows turn back into the 60s as we head Wednesday morning all the way into Friday morning as well. Here's the good news I have. Looking into the weekend, lots of things going on. I know it's spring. It's also Mother's Day weekend. I'm tracking dry conditions out there and temperatures still sitting in the 70s. Middle 70s out there for your Saturday. Mostly sunny skies. Same story for Sunday. And then temperatures reaching into the upper 70s. Enjoy it while it lasts, because 80s are back as we head into our next work week.
Cassandra, can you hear me? I cannot hear you.
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Okay, I got you now. Thank you. We're about 30 seconds away, okay?
Okay.
Great. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this here. There is a free dental care event happening. It's the annual Give Kids a Smile Day. It's coming up on Wednesday, May 7th. The College of Dentistry at the University of Tennessee Health Science Center is hosting this annual event on Wednesday from 8 until noon. Joining me right now on the Action News 5 digital desk is Dr. Cassandra Christensen. She's going to explain more about how this event works and how it benefits, it looks like 100 children in Memphis, both middle schoolers and high schoolers. Cassandra, good morning to you. Tell me about this event. Yeah, tell me about this event.
Yes, this is our annual Give Kids a Smile event. This is actually a national campaign by the American Dental Association. But the University of Tennessee Health Science Center College of Dentistry has participated in this event for approximately 15 years. So we invite students from two of the local schools, Freedom Prep Academy, and this year, Soulsville Academy is also joining us. So the kids come in as a field trip, and they are able to receive free dental services. We go out ahead of time and screen these children so that we are prepared to meet their needs. So whether the kids need to have fillings done or dental cleaning or some preventive sealants done, whatever their needs are, we try to meet those needs. They're treated by third and fourth year dental students under the supervision of faculty members, as well as third and fourth semester dental hygiene students who are also under the supervision of their faculty members. So it's an amazing day. We close the school down for the morning. This year it's Wednesday, May 7th. So that morning will be totally dedicated to treating these children at no cost to them.
So I would think that for these kids, they really are in need of dental care. Can you explain kind of what some of the dental students uncover as they're, just helping out, giving back? What a wonderful public service this is.
Yes, it's amazing. It's amazing for both our dental students as well as those kids who are being served. Because oftentimes children will miss school because of dental pain. And when kids have had pain for a long period of time, it's kind of their norm, and they don't realize that we can actually get rid of that pain, before it becomes an acute situation. So these are children who may not have access to regular dental care, and we bring them in and provide these services at no cost. This is helpful, of course, to their parents because they don't have to take off work to get kids to an appointment, and the kids get to have a great time. We have educational programming. The Tooth Fairy hangs out with them. They really get an opportunity to see young people pursuing their dreams. And oftentimes we get to talk to children who hadn't thought about dentistry as a career, but after this event, they start to think of dentistry as a potential career.
So tell me about the 100 students. I understand it's 100 Memphis middle schoolers and high schoolers, where they are from. Tell me how you selected them.
Yes, these children are middle and high schoolers from Freedom Academy and from Soulsville Academy. We've worked with Freedom Academy for about 10 years now. This year, we also partnered with Soulsville Academy to offer these services too. So we just look for zip code areas and kids or schools who have a population of kids who may have a need and have a problem with accessing care. So that's how these particular schools were identified. And just because of logistics, we look for schools that we can easily get them to the dental school and back to their home schools.
Fantastic. Now, if someone wanted to get their teeth cleaned or go see some of the students, can they do that as well outside of Wednesday's event?
Absolutely. So the College of Dentistry is open to the public. So anyone who has a need for any kind of dental care, this is an excellent place to receive that care. Because all of the specialties are here. So no matter what services you need, from a simple filling to complicated implants, that can be received here. One of the other things that people in the city perhaps are unaware of is that services rendered are either by dental students or dental residents in specialty practices, or residents who are working on specialties. So the cost is less than going to private practice, but what you save in money, you spend in time. So you spend more time here because students are learning and they are under the supervision of their faculty members, but the services that you receive are second to none.
Okay, well, listen, Dr. Cassandra Christensen, we appreciate your time on the digital desk. Anything else before we let you go about Wednesday's event or anything else?
No, we're just very, very excited. The University of Tennessee Health Sciences Center does so much in the community, and this is just one of the other opportunities that we have to give back to our community and for our students to be exposed to wonderful children in the city of Memphis.
Wonderful. All right, Dr. Cassandra Christensen, we appreciate your time on the Action News 5 digital desk. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there we go. Live look from our high five camera here. In downtown Memphis, starting off exceptionally well. Kind of cold out there, 57 degrees at 8:07. We got your headlines in 60 seconds. Good B-roll. Good morning, everyone. 8:08 is the time on the Monday. Let's get to today's top stories on the Action News 5 digital desk. We're expecting closing arguments later today. The defense rested its case over the weekend in the trial of 3 former police officers accused of the beating death of Tyre Nichols. It began 1 week ago. Both the prosecution and defense rested their case, while the state only called a handful of witnesses. The defense rested Saturday after calling more than 15 people to the stand. Former officer Demetrius Haley's attorney called veteran police trainer Don Cameron to the stand. He also testified during the federal trial. He said Haley followed MPD policy in trying to arrest Tyre at the initial traffic stop, which he called high risk. Cameron said that Haley kicked Tyre on the scene only to get him in custody, but after he wasn't complying on both scenes. During the state's cross-examination, prosecutors questioned the use of force expert on if Tyre was resisting. Court resumes at 9 o'clock this morning. Our Jerry Askin will bring us coverage. It has been 1 week since a fire destroyed the historic Claiborne Temple in downtown Memphis. The church, an important part of the civil rights movement, the sanitation strike back in 1968. It was undergoing renovations at the time of this fire. Investigators are still trying to determine the cause of this fire. Today, both directions of MLK Avenue are back open, according to Memphis police. Hernando Street between East Pontotoc and Vance is still closed. Tomas Ilisalo is now the permanent head coach for the Memphis Grizzlies. The team made the announcement on Friday. The Finland native was brought in as Taylor Jenkins' lead assistant last offseason. He took over as the interim head coach when Jenkins was let go with 9 games left in the regular season. Ilisalo went 5-10, including play-in and playoff games. So he was thrown into a difficult situation after taking over a slumping team late in the season. Despite that record, he clearly has the support of multiple key players, including John Morant, Jaren Jackson Jr., and Desmond Bane. Grizzlies general manager Zach Kleiman said in part, "I have full confidence in Tomas serving as head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies going forward." Ilisalo becomes the first full-time head coach from Finland in NBA history. Riverbeat Music Festival in the books, and it was a good time and sold out both Saturday and Sunday. 5 stages and vendors from all over the country. It was a festival that had something for everyone. All types of music, blues, rap, rock and roll, everything in between. There was something for everyone there, and it didn't hurt that they were beautiful spring conditions. Safety was also top-notch. No incidents reported. As people say, the festival was the highlight of the weekend. To Millington now, where the high school girls basketball coach has officially been fired, filing allegations of misconduct involving several students. This is according to Millington School Superintendent James Bo Griffin. The former coach, who has not been identified, was placed on leave back on April 8th, has now been officially fired. Shelby County Sheriff's Office is investigating those misconduct allegations. Jury selection begins today in New York State of the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. He's charged with racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. If convicted on all counts, he could get life in prison. He has pleaded not guilty. He faces dozens of civil suits that are related and denies those allegations as well. Tennessee Valley Authority is suing the city of Holly Springs, Mississippi. Its mayor and the manager of the Holly Springs Utility Department, several lead officials as well on the city's board. The TVA claims that Holly Springs Utilities has been delinquent in payments and has had issues over the last 2 years. Back in 2023, TVA released a scathing report about the district after an ice storm that year. The TVA said Holly Springs Utilities had no restoration plan and it failed to send financial reports for 3 years, and more than 1,700 people sent in complaints about power restoration. We are just 2 days away from the May 7th Real ID deadline. You can expect long lines forming outside DMVs all across the Mid-South and across the country. Congress passed the Real ID Act back in 2005. It requires a star in your driver's license in order to fly or enter certain federal buildings or military bases. The timeline kept getting pushed back until now. You'll still be able to get a Real ID after Wednesday, May 7th. But if you are planning to fly and you do not have a Real ID, you can certainly use a passport or a military ID. Again, a gorgeous shot here from our Midtown High Five camera. Not a cloud in the sky. 57 degrees, 813. Another check of your forecast with Maggie McCauley.
Well, happy Monday out there to you. Going to be a great day of weather ahead. Let me show you what I'm tracking. We're looking at a low pressure system sitting just to the north and east of us today. You can kind of see those clouds and rain bands wrapped around it, sitting in places like Kentucky, more of central Tennessee. This is giving us some blow off cloud cover. Could give us like some slight rain chances for some of us into the later portion of your day ahead. Most of us staying dry and really nice conditions out there. Look at that. Temperatures this afternoon going to be in the 70s for most. 72 here in Memphis, 73 down in Senatobia, even middle 70s from places like Helena, West Helena, Arkansas, all the way stretching into portions of Oxford, Mississippi. Great day ahead. Again, very small shower chance out there today, mainly if you're closer to that low pressure system that's off to our north. So places like Mississippi County and to Dyer, Crockett County, better chances of seeing a passing light shower at best. Again, most of us staying dry all day today. As for tomorrow, a little bit warmer out there. We're going to be starting off in the middle 50s by the 7 o'clock hour and ending in the middle 70s. Still a great day out there. We will see cloud cover build into the afternoon and evening hours, along with rain chances coming back into the picture into your Tuesday afternoon and evening as well. So let me give you your first alert to midweek rain chances in the picture. That's why I encourage you, if you have any plans, any yard work to get done, maybe want to mow the grass, today is our lowest day of rain chances chances out of the work week ahead. Let me give you your first alert to the latest futurecast on rain chances throughout the rest of your work week. As we head into Tuesday, I think a lot of the day on Tuesday actually remains dry. You can see by 1 p.m. we're still dry here in the Mid-South, but we're watching showers that are just off to our west. These are going to be lifting into the Mid-South into the evening and overnight hours. So if you got any plans, maybe some ball games going on later Tuesday evening, just know these showers are going to be coming into play. Heaviest down to our south. These are going to be making their way overnight and lingering into your Wednesday morning commute as well. So headed out the door Wednesday, schoolwork, still seeing showers in the area as you're headed out the door. The good news is those will be dissipating into the afternoon. So again, we're not tracking rain all day, every day, just showers in and out of the picture. Let's shift into Thursday, starting off your morning commute dry, but then seeing shower chances increase into your afternoon hours yet again for your Thursday, and temperatures still sitting in the 70s. Let's take a look at your 10-day forecast. 70s expected today all the way through Saturday. So below average conditions sitting in the Mid-South and sticking around for a little while. We'll be in the low 70s today. Again, very small rain chance out there for your Monday. They do pick back up as we head, especially overnight and then into your Wednesday morning. But you can see temperatures still sitting in the 70s, low 70s out there for your Wednesday. Middle 70s out there for your Thursday. Overnight lows turn back into the 60s as we head Wednesday morning all the way into Friday morning as well. Here's the good news I have. Looking into the weekend, lots of things going on. I know it's spring. It's also Mother's Day weekend. I'm tracking dry conditions out there and temperatures still sitting in the 70s. Middle 70s out there for your Saturday. Mostly sunny skies. Same story for Sunday. And then temperatures reaching into the upper 70s. Enjoy it while it lasts because 80s are back as we head into our next work week.
Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Cinco de Mayo just right around the corner. Can you believe it? In what better way to celebrate than with great food, great drinks? Joining us now to make a perfect Cinco de Mayo celebration right is chef and TV host Patty Hinich. She is a New York Times best-selling cookbook author. She's the host of TV's Patty's Mexican Table, and she is on the digital desk. So Patty, where do we begin when we want to have the perfect Cinco de Mayo celebration? Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me on. It's really about sharing the culture and the food and making connections. So you can begin by just making really yummy Mexican traditional dishes with high quality, fresh ingredients, inviting friends and family, and just connecting and eating and cooking and eating and cooking. It's just fun and easy.
I love it. I love it. So take us through it, because your table is, just looking at your table is making me hungry.
Absolutely. So here I have 3 dishes that I consider to be showstoppers. The first one is my take on the deviled eggs. And this one I season with 2 of Mexico's favorite condiments. The creamy topping has chipotle in adobo sauce, which is smoky and sweet and spicy. And I combine that with pickled jalapenos in brine, which is tangy and zesty and briny. And these just really fly off the plate when I put them down. And then I have these Guerrero-style migas, which I think migas should just become much more popular because they're so easy to make. They're tortilla chips that you throw in a pan and cook with freshly scrambled eggs. And for the Guerrero style, it's a guajillo chile sauce that's very simple to make. And then it cooks all together, and you garnish with a little cilantro. You can add a little bit of Mexican crema or queso fresco. It's filling, it's unpretentious, it's festive, it's beautiful and delicious. And you can have that for brunch, for lunch, for a light dinner. And then to end, I have my favorite take on the tres leches cake, which is marbled with dense chocolate and light vanilla and a rich and creamy and delicious three milk sauce, heavy whipped cream on top, and grated Mexican chocolate. I used Eggland's best eggs to make all of these dishes because they're just superior. They have 6 times more vitamin D, they have 10 times more vitamin E, and they have 25% less saturated fat compared to ordinary eggs. And they just elevate the food and they help me just share and celebrate my heritage.
That's wonderful. So tell me where we can go to get some of these recipes, because it does look amazing what you have on that table, Patty.
You can go to egglandsbest.com and you can find these 3 recipes: the twice spiced deviled eggs, Guerrero style migas, and marble tres leches cake, and many more recipes to celebrate your Cinco, but really to celebrate your everyday.
Wonderful. Okay, Patty Hinich, we really appreciate you joining us on the digital desk, and have a great Cinco de Mayo celebration.
Thank you so much. Same to you. Happy Cinco.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We are talking about the best pizza in town, the area's best Memphis barbecue, and a new special bakery that's opening in Memphis, in particular, Midtown Memphis. Let's bring in commercial appeal food reporter Ellen Chamberlain joining us on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Ellen, there's a lot of topics you have set ready, raring to go on this beautiful day. What's going on?
You're absolutely right, Andrew. And good morning to you. But any day in Memphis is a day to talk about lots of food. Let's just be honest, right? You're absolutely right about those topics. But first, I'd love to give a quick shout out to Chef Arturo Layton, Good Fortune Co. down on South Main Street. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but Chef Arturo just competed on the craziest food competition that's probably ever been aired on American television. It's called 24 and 24, Last Chef Standing. It airs Sunday nights at 7 p.m. on Food Network. And on this program, they take 24 chefs, they give them 24 different challenges to compete in, and they have 24 continuous hours in which to compete. Nonstop, no breaks.
Wow.
Figure it out.
That is intense.
Right. But he went in,
gosh.
he had a great showing. He represented the city well, represented himself well. And if you're curious to try his style of cooking, Good Fortune is in our city, right there on South Main Street.
Love it. Thank you for the heads up on that, Ellen.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, there's something that you mentioned that I'm really excited about. There is a new bakery coming to Midtown, specifically Overton Square. Jacques Louis Bakery. What you're looking at is a photo of the Kennys. They are the owners of Jacques Louis, and they have been baking, small batch baking from home for a few years, since right around the pandemic. And as the stars kind of aligned, and some people may be familiar with the 17 Berkshire Bakery that recently closed in Overton Square. Well, the Kennys are taking over that space with plans to open sometime this spring, right before summer kicks off. And what makes Jacques Louis so incredibly special is that everything, despite it tasting amazing and looking spectacular, is gluten-free. And you just don't see a lot of that out here. So if you check out my story on it, you'll kind of figure out how Savannah Kinney came up with the idea, how some personal health challenges led her to be empowered and to empower others, instead of sitting at home crying about all the sweet things and gluten fun things she couldn't eat. She created a path forward for herself and for many others.
I love it. I'm married to someone who is gluten-free because of an allergy, so she's very excited about this bakery coming online. It's supposed to be opening in May, right?
Yes, May is the target opening date. There is something I love to tell my fellow Memphians here is that, we should always give each other a little bit of grace and a little bit of patience, because we get into the business side of things, because it's one bakery taking over another bakery. Perhaps things with, like inspections and city approvals won't take too long, but you never know. So the target is the end of May, but we always try to give some grace. Stay tuned to the Commercial Appeal and, of course, to Jacques Louise's social media channels for the exact date, because there's supposed to be a huge celebration planned in Overton Square.
I love it.
Yeah, so let's move ahead, because we have to give congratulations to Garibaldi's. We kept talking about who's got the best pizza, who's got it in town. Well, this is not me saying this. Memphians spoke, kind of overwhelmingly so, on that final push as we were voting through our pizza bracket. You're looking at Big Mike, and Michael Jr. Garibaldi on your screen there, the owners of Garibaldi's. It's one of those family businesses that, kind of started a little scrappy. Michael was a recent college grad from the University of Memphis. He saw the landscape back then and said, hey, we deserve our own pizzeria out here. And fast forward, to almost 55 years later, perhaps, and Garibaldi's has been all over the city, and they are beloved, and readers made sure to let me know. And they are very grateful to all of the readers for voting them as #1 pizza in the city. So they are 50 years in, and they're still tossing that dough in the air. So much love and gratitude to Garibaldi's. They were so kind and generous with their time, allowing me all in their kitchen, looking at the way that they bake up those fresh pies. So who's your favorite pie in Memphis?
Garibaldi's is really good. I've eaten there. It's wonderful. I'm looking at this. I'm hungry. But I have to say, I love Chow Baby in Collierville. That is, for me, that is the bee's knees, as they say.
I love it. Yes, the bee's knees. And Chow Baby was totally on the list. Love and gratitude to them, too, for all of the amazing things that they bring out of their kitchen. But even though we just crowned Garibaldi's as our favorite pizza in the city, I got another bracket for you already. It's time to talk barbecue.
Oh,
so,
boy. Uh-oh.
It's almost May. We got to do it, right?
Yeah.
So as we decide, who's our favorite barbecue festival, Smoke Slam, the Memphis in May cooking competition. If you're like me and you want to be everywhere and eat a little bit of everything, you probably might not have too much time to go see our local folks. So I wanted to just find out who's got the top barbecue in the city. So the way this bracket is working is right now we're in the nominations phase. If you go to commercialappeal.com, you'll see my story there asking you to nominate your favorite barbecue in town. The top 16 will launch our bracket. We'll narrow it down, and we will do the exact same thing that we did for pizza. Whoever gets that top spot will absolutely be featured on commercialappeal.com. Maybe you and I will get another opportunity to talk about them and talk about the things that Memphians say that they love so much. And I've only been in town for about 6 months now, so I'm still making my way across the barbecue landscape here. So I'm really excited to see these nominations come through so I can learn more about who else I need to try.
I'm excited to see it as well, Ellen. I can remember about 10, 15 years ago, I did an interview with a guy who wrote a book on 72 different barbecue recipes just in Shelby County alone. It was incredible. And they were all like, he highlighted all these different restaurants and all their signature sauces and how they cook the barbecue and the way they cook it and that sort of thing. And I was just like blown away because there were 72 different ones, unique, locally owned restaurants that just focused on barbecue. So I am sure that as fierce and as emotional the pizza fight was, barbecue is going to be even more fierce.
Absolutely. I could believe that to be true. Before I get out of here, I'd love to give a shout out to everyone who competed this past weekend at the Hot Wing Festival. Boy, Memphis, you all definitely know how to do some food in the springtime. It was so much fun. And I met an amazing family with the team Smoke That Chick. And I just love to speak life over them and the wonderful things that they're doing. They had a whole barbecue thing going on. I think they had 5 or 6 different sauces. And their dad was their DJ. That's how we do Memphis family. It was a beautiful thing to see.
I love it. I love it. You're 6 months in and you're already part of the family. Ellen Chamberlain, food reporter at the Commercial Appeal. We always appreciate you coming on the digital desk, making us hungry, certainly this morning. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. There was a lot made about a Shelby County Health Department town hall where there were a lot of concerns about XAI and some environmental concerns with regards to pollution, gas turbines, that sort of thing. And there is a new article out at the Daily Memphian about a professor at the University of Memphis that says XAI turbines don't affect air quality if company claims are true. The author of that article, the Daily Memphian, is Sam Hardiman. He joins us now on the digital desks. Sam, as always, thanks for joining us. So tell us more. This is very timely, very interesting. And gosh, as you know, it's been a topic for weeks and weeks and weeks all across Memphis. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Andrew, and thanks for having me on. The first thing I want to say is the article came out just ahead of that meeting last week. Dr. Chunrong Jia at the University of Memphis was kind enough to talk to me about his modeling work. And the first thing I want to say is what Dr. Jia did is a model, okay? And this is, if people can think back to the pandemic when we had all these curves on how the cases were going to go and what the peak point would be and all that stuff, those are models, right? They're guesses. They are educated guesses with certain mathematical assumptions built in, right? And so that's what's happening here. This is not, I want to be very clear, this is not anything to do with actual air quality. Like, no one is measuring, as far as we're aware, right? And maybe they are. No one is actually measuring the air quality close to XAI down in Southwest Memphis. What Dr. Gia did was just simply model what possibly could be happening based on what the company said it is using in terms of the turbines and the technology it has added to the turbines to reduce emissions.
So can you talk a little bit more in detail about what he said with regards to his model?
Yeah, so first, Dr. Gia, sort of explained that, like, the air we breathe right now, whether you in Midtown or me where I am at our office in East Memphis, right? All of that has baseline pollutants in it, right? Because, like, we live in a developed world, we're not coming into like a pristine situation here. Like, this isn't before people existed, right? Like, there's been development, there are cars, there are all these sorts of pollutants in the air, right? So what Dr. Gia is saying is there's a baseline, okay? And there's a baseline in Shelby County of certain pollutants, and I'm not going to go into all of them. And based on the technology that XAI has, and so XAI in its permit for 15 of its turbines to be permanent with the Shelby County Health Department, which is why we had that meeting the other night, right? In Whitehaven, okay, at Fairleigh High School. Based on their application, okay, and keep in mind, we as the public have not seen this technology on the turbines, but XAI is using what is called selective catalytic reduction technology on the turbines. That's what they say they're using. We haven't seen a picture of it. I would love to see a picture of it. I would love to see a little video. XAI maybe could post this on their X account and show us what's happening on these turbines, right? But essentially this technology, and this is what Dr. G is modeling. He's modeling based on the technology that they say they have on these turbines. This technology reduces a significant amount of the emissions for some of the chemicals that would be emitted from natural gas turbines. Okay. And what Dr. G is saying, based on that technology and based on how close people are to this, this is not actually adding a tremendous amount of hazardous air pollutants to the atmosphere and to local air quality. That, again, I am not saying that this is 100% factual. We don't know that. And also, like, let's be clear, like emissions from a car, emissions from a natural gas turbine, even with expensive technology on it to reduce those emissions, are still emissions. They still can be not good for people, right? And so that's what I want to like explain here. But that's what Dr. G is modeling. Is he's essentially saying, okay, if they're using this selective catalytic reduction technology, okay, and we can sort of game plan out and guess as to what their emissions are going to be. And so, like, again, I want to be very clear. This is modeling. This is not actual tests. And I think one of the most important things in this story for everyone to understand, right, is that the closest air emissions monitoring station, which means the Shelby County Health Department, I think, has 3 or 4 air monitoring stations, okay, in Shelby County. The closest one is essentially across 240 from Danny Thomas, okay? That's where it is, all right? It's not, I mean, not across 240 from St. Jude, I'm sorry, right next to Danny Thomas, okay? That's where it is. That is really far away from XAI, okay? That's also really far away from the Valero refinery, okay? That's really far away from the TVA Allen plant, which is essentially right next door to XAI, and it's really far away from TVA's South Haven plant, right? Which is closer to a lot more Memphians than TVA's Allen plant is, okay? And so, and we also don't have any air monitoring technology, say, along Lamar, okay? Where, as everyone knows who's ever driven Lamar, there's a tremendous amount of diesel truck traffic on Lamar, okay? And so, like, that's the most important thing to me in this story, is that there is no monitoring, you know, below 240, essentially. In the North Loop of 240, that's really wild in a town with this much industry.
I appreciate you breaking it down for us to easily understand, Sam. Thank you for that. You know, it's interesting, though, that this professor at the University of Memphis has said that. And then, you know, on our newscast at 4 o'clock every afternoon, it's called A Better Memphis. And we bring in newsmakers all over the city in the Mid-South. And we had Ted Townsend, the president of the Greater Memphis Chamber, talk about some of the issues with the gas turbines. And he said the amount of turbines that are working right now, way below EPA levels, you know, based upon what these gas turbines emit, they're below EPA levels. So it almost kind of lines up a little bit, if you will, in theory with this professor. I'm just curious, has XAI talked specifically about emissions and just refuted some of the arguments out there that is, you know, against that plan?
Yeah, Brent Mayo, their site leader in Memphis, did read a statement the other night during that town hall meeting. He really couldn't be heard, to be quite honest, because he was being booed and shouted at. All right, and that was what was happening during the meeting. You know, that statement mentions the selective catalytic reduction technology, okay, which is the same technology that's cited in their application to the health department. All right. They have said that, again, like I said earlier in this interview, right? A lot of these issues maybe could be put to bed if XAI, with their X account, put on Twitter, put on X, a picture of this technology and where it's being used, right? And just show us, like they're telling us, but also show us, right? Because that it's trust but verify. And so, yeah, one of the things that is key here, and that people like maybe, and I'm not an expert on air quality, I want to be clear about that. but like we have a tremendous amount of truck traffic in this community. We have highways in this community, right? The cumulative effects of those emissions are very high, but we don't really talk about them very much. Okay, in terms of measuring them with science, measuring them. Go ahead. As technology has evolved, there is this technology like SCR technology, catalytic reduction technology, that has made some of the natural gas and fossil fuel burning technologies that we have today safer for human health than they were in the past. That does not mean that they are great for human health. Okay. That just means that they are safer than they were. And so like as a society, I think it's important we have a nuanced discussion about these things. And that's why I wanted to talk about this article today. And I think that's why it's important. Again, XAI can put all this to bed by just showing us that they're really using this technology. And, you know, it is also worth pointing out that when XAI stops using these turbines, because these are a temporary power source, this is what they're using until they're fully connected to TVA and LGW's grid, okay? It's worth pointing out that then when they're on the grid, just like us, just like the electricity that's powering this very interview right now, they're using what is essentially a representative sample of emissions from TVA's grid, which means nuclear, hydroelectricity, natural gas, and coal, okay? And solar. So like that's what they're going to be using too. And so our emissions as just people aren't wholly clean, and we should like keep that in mind as we're talking about this as well.
Sam Hardiman, we really appreciate this conversation. It's such an important one to have on this topic, and thanks for not only the hard work and the journalism, but also just having these conversations, keeping this in the news, and certainly let people weigh in on all sides of this debate. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Cancer rates in young women are rising at an alarming rate. Get this stat here. According to a recent report, and this is from the American Cancer Society, women under the age of 50, okay, they have an 82% higher cancer incidence rate than men. Crazy, crazy stat there. And black women have a 38% higher risk of dying from breast cancer than their counterpart. Let's bring in a couple of women here to talk about these issues right now. I'm joined by Dr. Amanda R. Hathaway and Lachey, a cancer survivor. Good morning, ladies, to you both. I appreciate you joining us on the digital desk. Dr. Hathaway, I want to begin with you. Can you expand on this study from the American Cancer Society that shows cancer rates in young women under 50 are skyrocketing? What is happening here? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Yeah, it is alarming, and it's something that we see in trends just in the office, that ages are getting younger and younger. We do know, and what I tell my patients all the time, is that there's not one thing that makes someone develop cancer. It's kind of a potion or a soup where there's a lot of different ingredients. We know genetics play a role into it, and so when people have a strong family history, they are at higher risk. We know that lifestyle plays a role into it, and those that are more sedentary do have a higher chance of breast cancer. We know that hormones play a big role in breast cancer development, but also just our surroundings and exposures. But yes, it is very alarming that it's happening younger and younger.
I totally agree. Lachey, over to you. Tell us briefly about your experience and what exactly happened.
Yeah, so I felt a lump in my breast, and because I was an athlete my whole life and I've been strength training, I thought that it was initially some sort of muscle. But yeah, I went to my doctor immediately when I noticed that it persisted and it grew. And I got an ultrasound, a mammogram, and yes, it was breast cancer. It was stage 2B, hormone positive, HER2 negative breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence. And I was just so shocked because I was only 26 years old. And usually breast cancer is diagnosed in much older people. And so I was like, wow. And I immediately went into fight mode and I started advocating. And that's why I'm so happy that I'm partnering with Eli Lilly, because I'm able to spread this message even more and motivate more young people to just understand what's going on with their bodies and get to know their bodies so they can advocate for themselves and catch anything that may be happening early.
Well, I love that smile. Every picture we're showing of you, Lachey, you're just smiling away. I mean, to be diagnosed with cancer at 26, what an unbelievable, life-changing diagnosis. Dr. Hathaway, back over to you. So, you know, we've talked about these issues. Is there any way to be proactive where people can, you know, change, I don't know, diet habits to stave off something like this? Or is it important to just have annual exams with your pediatrician or with your doctor, your main doctor every year? I mean, is it a combination? What do you have to say to our audience?
It's definitely a combination of those things. And so there have been studies that show in women who are at high risk of breast cancer, an hour a day, 5 days a week of aerobic exercise cuts the risk of breast cancer development by 57%. We know people who drink excessively with alcohol are at higher risk. We know that those who live a sedentary lifestyle, so even if you're exercising but then spend the rest of your time in front of the television, there's a higher risk of that. And then we know that a lot of the foods that we eat, processed foods, refined sugars, do increase the risk of breast cancer development. But even without any of those risk factors, what I tell my patients is it's very important to know your body. So if you do recognize something abnormal, you can bring it to your doctor's attention, because the earlier we catch it, the better our outcomes are.
Good advice there. Lachey, any advice from your perspective?
Yes, I would just say, just to piggyback off what Dr. Hathaway said, you have to know your body and advocate for your own healthcare, because I found my breast cancer by doing self-breast exams. It was because I knew something was off and I acted very quickly that I was able to catch this early and have such a great outcome. Right now, I'm cancer-free, and it's just a great feeling. And so I'm very happy to be here, and I just want everyone to advocate for their health. And if you have any questions, you can head over to lilly.com. That's LILLY.com.
Okay, well, listen, ladies, we appreciate your conversation on a very important topic. Thanks for your time. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 Digital Desk. We love live music in Memphis and the Mid-South. It really is embedded in our culture here. Certainly we talk about it a lot on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Well, this morning we are talking about GPAC, the Germantown Performing Arts Center, and It's spring lineup in the Grove. Joining me now to talk more about that, we have Emily Heffley on the Action News 5 digital desk. She is the program director. Emily, good morning to you. Thanks for joining us. So tell us about the spring season. I hear it's going to be great. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we are really, really excited to get back outside and listen to live music again. We have an outdoor venue. It's called The Grove at GPAC. And we are kicking off our concerts in the Grove a week from today, April 17th.
That's wonderful. I love it. I've been to those concerts before. It's a great atmosphere, a lot of families, a lot of food trucks. I mean, it's just you can't beat it. I mean, it's really, really nice. Tell us some of the highlights this season.
Yeah, we're going to start with Serena Wages next week. If you've never seen her, she is an incredible, soulful singer based out of Memphis, Tennessee. We've had her before, so she's going to kick it off next week. I really try to program a variety of voices and genres of music. So we've kind of got everything from, orchestral music to pop music to we've even got tropical fusion Latin band, all sorts of things that are going to get you up, moving and grooving and just really enjoying time with your family.
Okay, and so this is something that's taking place every Thursday evening, free to the public, right?
Well, actually, it's a small charge, but it's $9 for adults, and children are free. You can bring your own chairs, you can bring your own picnics. We will also have food trucks, and we also have a really nice plaza bar that you can purchase items if you don't bring them with you. But it's really affordable for the family. Again, you have lots of space to spread out. The concerts start at 6:30 and they end about 8 o'clock, so it's a nice time for people. Yeah, we really love it. It's such a beautiful, beautiful space if you've never been to it.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Tell us about some of the festivals you got upcoming there too.
Yeah, we're really excited. We've got two sort of food forward festivals. The city of Germantown has a wonderful lemonade stand project where they get all of the community and neighborhoods to participate. So children get out with their lemonade stands. And then we're going to sort of culminate at our venue with a Great Squeeze Lemonade Festival featuring the band Almost Famous and Josh Threlkeld. So that's kind of a way for everybody to get together after that day and celebrate. And then in June, we're going to have fried chicken festival. Now we know in Memphis we love fried chicken, and so we're going to have some great vendors out there, music. We're actually going to have some games, some face painters. It's a lot of fun for the whole family.
We're showing some pictures right now of some of the festival goers from years past, and that's the lineup that you were talking about there. I guess it runs all the way from April till the end of June. Anything else we can touch on, Emily, before we let you go?
Yeah, we also have a free event actually on Fridays that will kick off in mid-May called Happy Fridays. And that is just a really relaxed environment with some really chill music on our plaza. So again, we're going to be busy Thursday, Friday, and Saturdays with festivals.
And let's talk about ways that people can see this lineup, see the various events that are happening at GPAC, especially at the Grove there.
Yeah, I always say check our social media. If you follow Instagram, Facebook, we're going to really update you with a lot of things in that way. We also have a website. You can find everything there as well. gpacweb.com.
Okay, gpacweb.com. Emily Heffley, GPAC's programming director. We appreciate you coming on the digital desk and look forward to more time spent outside enjoying all that live music you have to offer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. We just got this from the Memphis Police Department that officers responded to a crash here where a pedestrian was struck and killed. Poplar Avenue, Danny Thomas Boulevard. Officers say they found a man dead on scene there. The driver did remain there. It's an ongoing investigation. This happened at about 5:30 this morning, 5:42 to be exact. Memphis police, again, responded to a crash at Poplar and Danny Thomas Boulevard where a pedestrian was hit. That pedestrian died. The driver did remain on the scene. Again, ongoing investigation with the Memphis Police Department. We'll continue to follow any updates here on Action News 5 and online. Right now, I want to get to some of the stories that we are following here on this Monday morning. It is a Monday morning that's busy with news. We are expecting closing arguments set to begin in the case of 3 former Memphis police officers accused in the beating death of Tyre Nichols. Both the prosecution and the state rested their cases. The court is expected to begin in about 5 minutes. We will have coverage, gavel-to-gavel coverage on Action News 5 and actionnews5.com. It has been 1 week since a fire destroyed the historic Claiborne Temple in downtown Memphis. The church, which was such an important part of the civil rights movement and the 1968 sanitation strike that brought Dr. King to Memphis, was undergoing renovations at the time of this fire. Investigators are still trying to figure out the cause. Today, both directions of MLK Avenue are back open, according to Memphis police. Hernando Street between East Pontotoc Ave and Vance Avenue is still closed. Memphis Grizzlies have a new permanent head coach, Thumas Eliso, now the permanent head coach for the Memphis Grizzlies. He was the interim there for the last 5 to 10 games or so. The team made the announcement on Friday. The Finland native was brought in as the lead assistant last offseason, then took over as interim head coach when Taylor Jenkins was let go with 9 games left. He went 5-10, including the play-in and the playoffs. He was thrown into a difficult situation, as most analysts say, taking over a slumping team late in the season. He clearly, though, has the support of multiple key players on the team, including John Morant, Jaren Jackson Jr., Desmond Bain, and Scottie Pippen Jr. Grizzlies general manager Zach Kleiman said in a statement, quote, "I have full confidence in Thomas to serve as head coach of the Grizzlies going forward." He becomes the first full-time head coach from Finland in NBA history. Did you go downtown to Tom Lee Park? It was a time. Beautiful weather, gorgeous sunsets, lots of music, all types of food as well. Tens of thousands made it downtown, all kinds of music from blues to rap, rock and roll, everything in between. And certainly great weather and no incidents to report. Safety was a top priority and everything went off without a hitch. To Millington now, where a high school girls basketball coach has officially been fired following allegations of misconduct involving several students. This is according to Millington School Superintendent James Bo Griffin. The former coach, who has not been identified, was placed on leave without pay April 8th, has now been officially fired. The Shelby County Sheriff's Office is investigating the misconduct allegations. Jury selection begins today in New York for the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. He's charged with racketeering, conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. If convicted on all counts, he could get life in prison. Combs has pleaded not guilty. He faces dozens of related civil suits, denies all those allegations as well. The TVA is suing the city of Holly Springs, Mississippi, also suing its mayor, the manager of Holly Springs Utility Department, and several leaders on the city's board. TVA claims that Holly Springs Utilities has been delinquent in payments and has had the issues the last 2 years. Back in 2023, the TVA released a scathing report about the district after an ice storm that year. Tennessee Valley authorities said Holly Springs Utilities had no restoration plan. It failed to send financial reports for 3 years, and more than 1,700 people sent in complaints about the power restoration. We're just 2 days away from the May 7th Real ID deadline. You can expect long lines to form outside the DMVs all across the Mid-South and the country. Congress passed the Real ID Act in 2005. It requires a star on your driver's license in order to fly, to enter certain federal buildings or military bases as well. The timeline kept getting pushed back until now. You'll still be able to get a Real ID after Wednesday, but if you're planning to fly, and you do not have a Real ID, you can still use a passport or military ID. Let's get another check of our forecast with meteorologist Maggie McCullough.
Well, happy Monday out there to you. Going to be a great day of weather ahead. Let me show you what I'm tracking. We're looking at a low pressure system sitting just to the north and east of us today. You can kind of see those clouds and rain bands wrapped around it, sitting in places like Kentucky, more of central Tennessee. This is giving us some blow off cloud cover, could give us some slight rain chances for some of us into the later portion of your day ahead. Most of us staying dry and really nice conditions out there. Look at that. Temperatures this afternoon going to be in the 70s for most. 72 here in Memphis, 73 down in Senatobia, even middle 70s from places like Helena, West Helena, Arkansas, all the way stretching into portions of Oxford, Mississippi. Great day ahead. Again, very small shower chance out there today, mainly if you're closer to that low pressure system that's off to our north. So places like Mississippi County into Dyer, Crockett County, better chances of seeing a passing light shower at best. Again, most of us staying dry all day today. As for tomorrow, a little bit warmer out there. We're going to be starting off in the middle 50s by the 7 o'clock hour and ending in the middle 70s. Still a great day out there. We will see cloud cover build into the afternoon and evening hours, along with rain chances coming back into the picture into your Tuesday afternoon and evening as well. So let me give you your first alert to midweek rain chances in the picture. That's why I encourage you, if you have any plans, any yard work to get done, maybe want to mow the grass, today is our lowest day of rain chances out of the work week ahead. Let me give you your first alert to the latest future cast on rain chances throughout the rest of your work week. As we head into Tuesday, I think a lot of the day on Tuesday actually remains dry. You can see by 1 p.m. we're still dry here in the Mid-South, but we're watching showers that are just off to our west. These are going to be lifting into the Mid-South into the evening and overnight hours. So if you got any plans, maybe some ball games going on later Tuesday evening, just know these showers are going to be coming into play. Heaviest down to our south. These are going to be making their way overnight and lingering into your Wednesday morning commute as well. So headed out the door Wednesday, schoolwork, still seeing showers in the area as you're headed out the door. The good news is those will be dissipating into the afternoon. So again, we're not tracking rain all day, every day, just showers in and out of the picture. Let's shift into Thursday, starting off your morning commute dry, but then seeing shower chances increase into your afternoon hours yet again for your Thursday, and temperatures still sitting in the 70s. Let's take a look at your 10-day forecast. 70s expected today all the way through Saturday. So below average conditions sitting in the Mid-South and sticking around for a little while. We'll be in the low 70s today. Again, very small rain chance out there for your Monday. They do pick back up as we head, especially overnight and then into your Wednesday morning. But you can see temperatures still sitting in the 70s, low 70s out there for your Wednesday. Middle 70s out there for your Thursday. Overnight lows turn back into the 60s as we head Wednesday morning all the way into Friday morning as well. Here's the good news I have. Looking into the weekend, lots of things going on. I know it's spring. It's also Mother's Day weekend. I'm tracking dry conditions out there and temperatures still sitting in the 70s. Middle 70s out there for your Saturday. Mostly sunny skies. Same story for Sunday. And then temperatures reaching into the upper 70s. Enjoy it while it lasts, because 80s are back as we head into our next work week.
Okay, welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. This is a flyer for the Mommy and Me Expo that is coming up Saturday, May 17th from 10 to 2 at the Regional 1 Health Outpatient Center 880 Madison Avenue. I'm joined on the digital desk right now by Lori Evans. She is Manager of Community Engagement with Regional One Health. So tell me more about Mommy and Me Day. Good morning, Lori.
Good morning, Andrew. How are you? And thank you so much for having me on today. So Regional One Health will be hosting its second annual Mommy and Me Baby Expo. We started last year after seeing a need for moms in the community to have additional resources to not only health services at Regional One Health, but to also connect them with some of our partners. So we have about 15 vendors that are actually confirmed, and it would be Saturday, May 17th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. in our outpatient center, which is located at 880 Madison Avenue, which is right around the corner from our hospital. So everyone is welcome, and regardless whether you're delivering at Regional One Health or not, whether you have just recently had a baby or currently expecting, we're welcoming everyone. And it's an opportunity for moms to learn about healthy tips during their pregnancy and post-pregnancy, to get connected with other community resources. We have a partnership with the Shelby County Health Department. And so a lot of their individual departments are coming. We have some of our midwives that are coming. Our lactation department is coming to do some breastfeeding classes and breastfeeding tips for moms. We also have a mommy lounge where moms can go and just kind of take a minute to maybe get a massage and just kind of have some brunch, have some coffee, and some other resources like doulas and other things in the community, safety seat checks, how to safely connect your child's infant car seat, the importance of having one post-discharge, and also just even learning some discharge tips as well.
That's great. I mean, it's an exciting time having a baby, but for especially some of those first-time couples out there, it can be very intimidating. So I know this happened last year, Lori. Where were the biggest questions that couples had when attending this last year? Do you know?
Yeah, I think some of the questions that we did receive were about what does the post care look like? What does post discharge like once I deliver my baby? What resources are available to me after I have my baby? And we like to provide wraparound services because we do have inpatient. We also have outpatient services. So what we like to consider as wraparound services when the mom is actually going through her pregnancy. We want to make sure that she's coming in, getting her prenatal care. Of course, we would like for her to go through our breastfeeding classes, do a tour of the hospital so that when it's time for her to deliver, if she is a patient or not, if she's looking for somewhere, that she does consider Regional One Health to deliver her baby. And then after she's delivered the baby, we want her to actually come back, continue her postpartum services and healthcare with us, and then also found a clinic where she can get pediatric services as well. So some of the questions we got last year is, some of the symptoms I may be feeling, or this is kind of how I'm feeling after I deliver, and those kind of lean along the lines of postpartum symptoms. And a lot of times, as you said, parents are overwhelmed, especially if it's the first baby, and sometimes if it's the second or third. But you're dealing with so much other things that you're trying to figure out what is going on. And so I think making sure that we support both parents, their mental and emotional support, and making sure they have resources to support them is very, very important as well.
And so this is a very comprehensive expo here. Mommy and Me Baby Expo, Saturday, May 17th, 10 to 1, Regional One Health Outpatient Center on Madison Avenue. Everything there, car seats, seatbelt safety, breastfeeding information, vendor displays, that sort of thing. What else do you think is the main priority that people need to know when they come to this? I mean, it's free, right? So they can take part in everything, right?
It is absolutely free to the community, and we want everyone to come. Like I said, it's open to the entire community, whether you are a patient of Regional One Health or not. We want to make sure that if you are currently a Regional One Health patient, that you come and see some of the other resources that we provide, wraparound services through our women's services. If you're not a patient of Regional One Health, but you're looking for a provider to get connected with, and also a hospital, we are there as well. And then also just to connect them to some other community resources, like you said, healthy nutrition tips, sometimes women have questions about midwifery, doulas, and things like that. So we do have some vendors that are community related with midwifery, doula services, but we also, Regional One Health has a midwifery department. And so a lot of our midwives will be there. Women do have questions about breastfeeding. And so our lactation department will be on hand to do some breastfeeding, classes and to teach women the proper way to do it and if they have any questions. And so we want everybody to know that it is free. It is open to the community. Whatever you need, you can come and find it and get connected to Regional One Health and also the other services that we provide.
Okay, I just want to show everybody one more time what we're talking about here. Lori Evans talking about Mommy and Me Baby Expo, second annual. Saturday, May 17th from 10 to 1, Regional One Health Outpatient Center, 880 Madison Avenue. It is for free. Do they need to register or can they just show up?
Registration is not required. They can just show up. But if they do have questions, they can call our office at 901-545-8446, or they can go to the Regional One Health website, which is www.regionalonehealth.org for more information. And we look forward to seeing everyone next Saturday.
All right. Lori Evans, Regional One Health, thanks for coming on the digital desk and talk about this important expo, Mommy and Me Baby Expo. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Lori. All right, another live look from our high five camera here in Midtown Memphis. Just a gorgeous start to your day and week, 61 degrees, 11 minutes after 9 o'clock. Let's talk about more Action News 5 in 60 seconds. Good morning. Welcome back to the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to show you this. This is the Orion Free Concert Series that was just announced a short time ago, at least the first leg of the free concert series. And I want to bring in our BFF at the Overton Park Shell. We got Shelby Smith joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. Shelby, this wonderful concert series, free for everybody, looks amazing. And this is only the first leg. So tell me about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I love that we're best friends now. I am honored. But truly, it is so incredible that we can do this year after year. You know, music and accessibility to the arts, it's quite literally embedded in the foundation of what we do here at the Overton Park Shell. So we're back in action starting in May, and that's so soon. We're just a couple weeks away from the first concert. It seems kind of crazy for that to even be happening, but we're really excited, and we feel like we've got such a diverse range of artists. We've got hip hop, we've got classical music, we have got some groovy country, soul, blues, like just incredible genres. And of course, we have some amazing partnerships. Thankful for Orion Financial and what they have done for us over these last few years, and just their support for the arts and culture scene in this city. And Memphis Presents, what they do for us just to kind of, sustain our programming. Those partnerships are so valuable, but we're bringing back some of these incredible acts that we've had in the past with our partnership with Stax Music Academy and the Memphis Symphony Orchestra and Dreamfest. We're just super excited to welcome people back to the lawn for a great summer.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be a great summer. So much live music happening all across Memphis and the Mid-South. I love it. And this is a free concert series that people don't know about. And this is the first leg of it. Tell us like the beginnings of it. And then, this is going to last you know, throughout the summer and then into the fall, right?
Absolutely. So we just announced the first leg of it. So don't worry, we will be back in the fall. We just take a little bit of a break around the end of June/July, just because it gets a little too hot for people to be on the lawn. We want to make sure our artists and our patrons are so safe. But we kick off at the end of May with our first few concerts, go until the end of June, and then we'll be back in August. And again, all of these are free shows. So you can bring your family, bring your friends, bring out of towners so they can really experience the magic of the Overton Park Shell. You can bring your dogs if you want to. You can bring a cooler so you can have your own food. We just want everybody to really enjoy themselves, soak in the summer breezes, and just get together for a great few months of music. And our fall lineup will be coming out July 7th. So make sure to go ahead and plug that date in your calendar and be on the lookout for who we're bringing in for the second leg of this series.
Fantastic. And tell our audience where people can go to see in depth, in detail, this leg that was just announced a short time ago.
Absolutely. You can find all of the artists that are featured on our Orion Financial Free Concert Series lineup at overtonparkshell.org. And you can also use that website to just, dive into all of our programs. We not only feature the free concert series, but we have fundraising shows that really sustain and empower the free concert series. But we have a health and wellness series where we bring in free weekly workouts to the lawn. There's so much information to kind of dive into, but you can gather all of that and really dive into the different artists that are going to be featured for the free concert series at overtonparkshell.org.
So there's, as you mentioned, classic country, there's hip hop, there's pop, there's R&B, all kinds of stuff. Any of those concerts that you can see on your screen right now stick out to you?
So we actually created a playlist. I've created a playlist for people to really do a deep dive into who we're bringing to the lawn. But I'm still learning about some of these artists as well. And by creating this playlist, I really get a look and a feel for what they're bringing to the lawn. And I'm really, really excited, I would say, about Pell. He is from New Orleans. He's very funky, more R&B, hip hop vibe. So, and I actually had a couple of his songs already saved to my library of music. So really excited about that. But another band that I hadn't heard of, but I'm really excited to learn more about is Arc of Quasar. They're kind of psychedelic funk, very groovy tunes. So I feel like there are going to be some heavy hitters that a lot of people don't know about, but that's the beauty of what we do at the Overton Park Shell. We're really allowing people to gather and discover new music just to add to their bank of music that they love to enjoy. We're all about helping people kind of learn more and experience more and entertain themselves more at the Overton Park Shell.
Where can we download the playlist? You've piqued my interest with that.
Yes. So our playlist right now, you can go to overtonparkshell.org/free concert series, and it's actually embedded into that webpage. But if you search 2025 Orion Financial Free Concert Series via Spotify, it should pull up and you'll see our series artwork. So it can't be that hard to find. But yeah, give it a listen and save all of your favorites because you'll want to make sure that you go ahead and add those dates into your calendar for who you definitely don't want to miss on the lawn.
Awesome. I love it. Thank you, Shelby Smith. I can't wait to download and listen to that playlist later today. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Wonderful, wonderful concert series, free for everybody to explore and enjoy with you, friends, family, and everything else there at the Overton Park Shell. We appreciate it. Good morning. Welcome back to the Extra News 5 Digital Desk. Game Show Network is bringing back a classic. The iconic Tic-Tac-Doe game show is returning, and this time Brooke Burns is hosting. She is joining me right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. So, Brooke, good morning to you. Tell me about Tic-Tac-Doe, and first off, how much did you watch the old show? Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew. Thank you so much for having me. I've always been a big fan of game shows, and specifically with Tic-Tac-Doe. When I was offered the job, I went back. I was watching, when Chuck Berry hosted, and of course Wink Martindale, and I was like, this is so much fun. I just love the idea that it's the first game that you've ever learned when you're a kid, tic-tac-toe, and then adding in trivia, which obviously I love, and then giving away $10,000 to some of the contestants who get to come on the show and play. So it just felt like a right fit for me.
That's fantastic. I'm with you. I watched Tic-Tac-Doe a lot when I was younger, and Wink Martindale is from the Memphis area. He's from here. He just recently passed last week, and so there's more of a connection to us here in Memphis. Tell me what you thought just watching Wink Martindale. I mean, the guy is an icon so much in the game show space.
He is an entertainment icon. I totally forgot about the Memphis connection. And yeah, I mean, obviously my heart just sank when I heard the news of his passing, but I was also so grateful to go back. About 10 years ago, he actually came on the set of The Chase and, came up to me on stage, and we had a beautiful conversation, and we got to sort of connect over our love of game shows, and told me a little bit about his life. And he truly was one of the most authentic and genuine human beings that I've ever met. And so I just hope that I can do
to admit. Are you all prepared to present that?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a flash drive, Exhibit 1. It contains video evidence that was introduced in the trial.
It's flash drive containing the videos marked as Exhibit 42.
We're going to print out, Your Honor, a list of the videos that's on there real quick. Literally within the next 1 minute.
All right.
We probably should put that with the exhibit, I think.
We can staple it to that envelope.
Here's a printed copy. This one you handed to us. This one.
Take up the defense motion. We'll go ahead and start with Perry.
At this time, I'd like to renew my motion for acquittal. I think that the court has heard the motion that we did at the end of the state's case. That motion for acquittal is only strengthened by the fact that we've had a presentation that shows that by abundance of evidence, not only has the state failed to meet its burden of proof in regards to Tadarius Bean, proof is all pointed towards innocence for Tadarius Bean. Based on that, I would ask that this court would consider my motion for acquittal.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Stanley.
On behalf of Demetrius Haley, we renew the motion for judgment of acquittal pursuant to Rule 29. Incorporate the arguments made at the state of closed proof. Ask the court to take this case from the jury. It's rarely done. The rule's there for a reason. The court has the authority, and this is the appropriate case to do.
Your Honor, I would adopt what Mr. Perry and Mr. Stingle just said regarding Rule 29, the rarity of it and the fact that you've now heard extensive proof from the defense, who had no burden of proof of any sort. But when you couple that with the character witnesses, the undisputed, unrefuted, uncontradicted character witnesses, and what the law is in Tennessee regarding the strengthening of presumption of innocence, measured against the standard of can a reasonable juror find beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty that Justice Smith committed any of these crimes, I would say, just as Mr. Stingle said, this is the right case for Rule 29, judgment of acquittal. In order, if nothing else, for purposes of justice, Tennessee law, and at the same time, that's what the 13th juror does. It avoids the idea of a jury getting back there and being misled, confused, compromised verdicts, something that is not reliable. Your Honor's been here for this entire trial and has heard all the proof, and I would ask that you grant Justice Smith's motion for acquittal.
State response.
Your Honor, for the same reasons as before, we believe we have jury questions. I understand the defense has arguments and things, but we have jury questions properly for the jury, and we believe it should go to the jury on all counts.
Listening to the motions that have been presented by the defense in this matter and incorporating the reasoning that the court had previously gave, the court does acknowledge that the state has, or the defense has presented proof and as far as their theories, but the court does not believe that the proof that's been presented negates the proof that has previously been presented. So looking at the evidence that has been presented thus far, in this case the court believes that there is sufficient proof with regard to Mr. Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justice Smith to allow the jury to take this matter for their consideration any proposed instructions to include and present an argument?
Your Honor, I submitted an instruction regarding flight, and I stand on the submission that has been made. I had the language catered. I know it's a unique motion, and I know that this is a different case. Normally, that flight instruction goes towards the guilt of a defendant. In this particular case, the flight instruction goes to the presence of mind, and the mind of the alleged victim, and the motivation to have put up the type of struggle that he did in this case. And it also goes towards the fact that, number one, those sworn officers had a duty to try to apprehend this fleeing suspect. Number two, that they had a duty that did not cease until the alleged victim put his hands in handcuffs and submitted to the handcuffing, and allowed the officers to pat him down for safety reasons. Based on that, I believe that the instruction regarding the flight in a case where we're asserting, and I think that the proof bears out, that he fled on 3 different occasions. Number one, from the blue lights at 385 in Riverdale. Number 2, from the first scene, Ross and Rains. And number 3, from the eye contact that was made between, in the attempt to have a conversation with Tadarius Bean, who was making said communication based off of the description issued in the BOLO. And based on those things, we think that we're entitled to that flight instruction.
Judge, Mr. Haley joins in the request for that instruction, adopts everything Mr. Perry said on behalf of Mr. Bean, and I would just add briefly that it's very important that the officers are responding to resistance as trained, and the presence of the psilocybin mushroom, presence of the stolen ID, the presence of the stolen credit cards or debit cards can be in the mind of Tyre Nichols when he flees on those 3 occasions. That is something that is appropriate to consider, and it is a factor that the jury can and should be able to consider in determining Mr. Nichols' state of mind, his actions, and the propriety of these defendants, Mr. Haley specifically, the propriety of the force that he used on the use of force continuum.
I would join in what Mr. Perry and Mr. Stingle said, and I would add that we have video evidence that's been presented to the jury of what Mr. Nichols was doing in 6705 Ridgecrest, which is part of the flight.
State, do you have a response?
For the same reasons that we stated before, we'd ask Your Honor to deny it. And again, this is not a request that the defense be allowed to argue the things that were stated. This is a request for the flight instruction. And the flight instruction is very specific and refers to inferences to be made against a defendant and is inappropriate in this case.
So listening to the arguments with regard to the inclusion of a flight instruction, the court agrees with the state as far as the court does not and will not deny the defense from their making an argument with regard to what they believe the state of mind was, what the actions required of the officers that night. But with regard to the flight instruction, which is included in the Tennessee Pattern Jury Instruction 42.18, that specific instruction, which reads, the flight of a person accused of a crime other than evading arrest is a circumstance which, when considered with all the facts of the case, may justify an inference of guilt. Flight is the voluntary withdrawal of oneself for the purpose of evading arrest or prosecution for the crime charged. Whether the evidence presented proves beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant fled is a question for your determination. It goes on to say that if flight is proved, the fact of flight alone does not allow you to find that the defendant is guilty of a crime alleged. However, since flight by a defendant may be caused by a consciousness of guilt, you may consider the fact of flight, if flight is so proven, together with all the other evidence, when you decide the guilt or innocence of the defendant. This instruction specifically is in regard to the defendant and the actions of the defendant and the inference of guilt based off of the potential flight, and so the court will deny the request of a flight instruction and allow that to be argued by the defense. Any additional instruction?
Your Honor, on behalf of Demetrius Haley, I have filed the written proposed defense theory. I will, as soon as I get a chance, put it in case caption and respectfully submit it and file that for the record. But what I had submitted by email has been filed with the court. I would ask that it be included as Demetrius Haley's theory and contention. The state has a theory and contention. It's the indictment. It's been read, and it will be in the jury room. This is Demetrius Haley contests the indictment, has introduced evidence, and this submitted instruction is his theory and contention. I believe that the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals in State v. Kozar, citing State v. Phipps, which have been furnished, they say that the defendant is entitled to have every issue of fact raised by the evidence and material to his defense submitted through proper instructions to the jury, as well as, upon request, an instruction which outlines the defense theory of his case. While it is not, and it is that authority that I suggest that this is appropriate, while it is not binding authority, in Phipps, the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals went to other jurisdictions to look for persuasive authority because there was what they considered a dearth of Tennessee case law on. In that case, that was the diminished capacity case that I submitted. So I'm submitting also the Sixth Circuit case, United States v. Garner, cited on the instruction. And the language in it, the Sixth Circuit says, it is our opinion that the trial judge should have presented the defendant, Lorene Brown's, theory of the case in his instructions to the jury. In a criminal case, it is reversible error for a trial judge to refuse to present adequately a defendant's theory of defense. The trial judge was not required to adopt the language suggested by a defendant in the court's instructions. However, when a theory of defense finds some support in the evidence and in the law, a defendant is entitled to have some mention of that theory in the instructions, even when the supporting evidence is weak or of doubtful credibility. Its presence requires an instruction on the theory of defense. I skipped the internal case sites there. Your Honor, there's evidence to support the theory that Mr. Haley has submitted. What has been submitted is not argumentative. It is simply a statement of facts in evidence that tend to negate the state's theory of the indictment. And I would request that the instruction proposed and emailed and filed be given.
The theory of defense spoken about in Phipps and in the other cases are instructions on the law. So if the defense is some type of self-defense, then the judge has to instruct the law on self-defense. If the defense is diminished capacity, then the judge has to instruct the law on diminished capacity. It wouldn't be fair not to, and that's what those cases stand for. Not for the submission of a factual statement by defendants purporting factually, this is my theory of defense. Rule 30 doesn't contemplate that, and no Tennessee case has proved that.
With regard to the defense theory, looking over the Rule 30 as far as and the case law that's been presented, all of the case law that the court has looked at references the inclusion of law with regard to theories that has been presented. The court understands that the defendant is at least stating on the purpose of the record that it's not argumentative, but this is the defendant's version intended to incorporate such arguments, but that those things to be included in the jury instructions were reference to law that may be in support of the defense theory, but not the defense theory in and of itself. So the court will deny the request to include this proposed instruction. Are there any other proposed instructions?
Nothing to say.
No, from paper. All right. Are there any other matters that we need to address before printing the jury instructions and getting ready to charge the jury?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we will go ahead and prepare the jury instructions. We will prepare to the charge the jury. We will stand in recess while we prepare those instructions. Those instructions are a little bit lengthy, so it may take us a few minutes to get those ready, but we'll stand in recess until the instructions are prepared.
Question recess.
concluded the presentation of proof in this matter, we have now come to the portion where the court is going to give you the law. In each of your chairs, you have a notebook that has the jury instructions. You are free to mark and make notes as we go along. Unfortunately, the law requires that I read this into the record. It's not to insult your intelligence. I'm sure you all can read it, but the court needs to make a record of the instructions that are being presented to the jury. So we are going to read through these instructions. You are welcome to follow along as you choose. State of Tennessee versus Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Justin Smith, indictment number 2300241. These three defendants, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith, are being tried at one time. But it must be remembered by you, the jury, at all times, that even though the defendants are being tried together, they are separate and distinct and must be treated as such by the jury. When the word defendant is used in these instructions, it applies equally to Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith, unless otherwise stated. Likewise, whenever the singular of a word is used in these instructions, it may be taken equally to mean the plural. The first count of indictment 2300241 charges the defendants Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith with the offense of second-degree murder. Embraced and included are the lesser included offenses of facilitation, second-degree murder, voluntary manslaughter, facilitation, voluntary manslaughter, aggravated assault resulting in death, facilitation, aggravated assault resulting in death, reckless homicide, facilitation of reckless homicide, criminally negligent homicide, and facilitation, criminally negligent homicide. The second count charges the defendants Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith with the offense of aggravated assault, acting in concert. Embraced and included are the lesser included offenses of attempted aggravated assault, facilitation of aggravated assault, reckless aggravated assault, facilitation, reckless aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, assault, and attempted assault. The third count charges the defendants Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith with the offense of aggravated kidnapping with bodily injury. Embraced and included are the lesser included offenses of attempted aggravated kidnapping, facilitation of aggravated kidnapping, kidnapping, attempted kidnapping, facilitation of kidnapping, false imprisonment, and attempted false imprisonment. The fourth count charges the defendants Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith with the offense of aggravated kidnapping with deadly weapon. Embraced and included are the lesser included offenses of attempted aggravated kidnapping, facilitation aggravated kidnapping, false imprisonment, and attempted false imprisonment. The fifth count charges the defendants Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith with the offense of official misconduct, unauthorized exercise of official authority. Embraced and included are the lesser included offenses of attempted official misconduct and facilitation of official misconduct. The sixth count charges the defendant Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith with the offense of official misconduct, refraining from performing a duty. Embraced and included are the lesser included offenses of attempted official misconduct and facilitation of official misconduct. The seventh count charges the defendants Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith with the offense of official oppression. Embraced and included are the lesser included offenses of attempted official oppression and facilitation of official oppression. The law makes it the duty of the court to give in charge to the jury the law relative to the case on trial, and under the law given them by the court, render their verdict with absolute impartiality. The jury are the sole judges of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in the case. In making up your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, but the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. The jury in no case should have any sympathy or prejudice or allow anything but the law and the evidence to have any influence upon them in determining their verdict. They should render their verdict with absolute fairness and impartiality as they think the truth and justice dictate. Every fact and circumstance in the case you may consider in arriving at your verdict. The indictment in this case is the formal written accusation charging the defendants with the crime. It is not evidence against the defendants and does not create any inference of guilt. At times during the trial, I have ruled upon the admissibility of evidence. You must not concern yourself with these rulings. Neither by such rulings, these instructions, nor any other remarks I have made do I mean to indicate any opinion as to the facts or what your verdict should be. Statements, arguments, and remarks of counsel are intended to help you understand the evidence and apply the law, but they are not evidence. If any statements were made that you believe are not supported by the evidence, you should disregard them. The evidence in this case has been completed, and it is my duty now to instruct you on the law. The law applicable to this case is stated in these instructions along with your preliminary instructions, and it is your duty to consider all of them carefully. The order in which these instructions are given do not indicate their relative importance. You should not single out any one or more to the exclusion of another or others, but should consider each one in light of and in harmony with the others. As previously stated, the defendants have been charged by the state of Tennessee in the indictment with second-degree murder, aggravated assault, acting in concert, aggravated kidnapping, 2 counts, official misconduct, 2 counts, and official oppression. These crimes are defined below, beginning with count 1. The charges, also called counts, are designated by numbers, and you are not to assign any meaning to their numbering. The court will now explain the law applicable in count 1 in the indictment. Second-degree murder of Tyre Nichols. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Tyre Nichols. And 2, that the defendant acted knowingly. Here, knowingly means that a person acts with an awareness that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Here, intentionally means that a person acts intentionally when it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of the alleged victim. The distinction between second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Facilitation of second-degree murder. Any person who facilitates the offense of second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit second-degree murder, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2, that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of second-degree murder. And 3, that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Knowingly means that a person acts knowingly with respect to the conduct or to the circumstances surrounding the conduct when the person is aware of the nature of the conduct or the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly with respect to a result of the person's conduct when the person is aware that the conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intended and intending mean that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it is a person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The essential elements necessary to constitute second-degree murder and definitions have been set out on page 4. Voluntary manslaughter. Any person who commits voluntary manslaughter is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Tyre Nichols. And 2, that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. And 3, that the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim
sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an irrational manner. Intentionally and knowingly have previously been set out in these instructions. Passion means any of the human emotions known as anger, rage, sudden resentment, terror, or similar emotions, which render the mind incapable of cool reflection. Facilitation of voluntary manslaughter. Any person who facilitates the offense of voluntary manslaughter is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit a voluntary manslaughter, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2. That the defendant furnished substantial assistance that the person to that person in the commission of voluntary manslaughter. And 3. That the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Knowingly, intended, and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute voluntary manslaughter and the definitions have been set out on page 7. Aggravated assault, act resulting in death. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault resulting in death is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury from Tyre Nichols. And 2. That the act resulted in the death of another. Bodily injury includes cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Knowingly and intentionally have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Facilitation of aggravated assault resulting in death. Any person who facilitates the offense of aggravated assault resulting in death is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit an aggravated assault resulting in death, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or benefit from the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2. That the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in commission of the aggravated assault resulting in death. And 3. That the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Here, knowingly, intended, intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute aggravated assault resulting in death and definitions have been set out on page 9. Reckless homicide. Any person who commits the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant killed the alleged victim, Tyre Nichols. And 2. That the defendant acted recklessly. Recklessly means that a person acts recklessly with respect to circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when the person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of recklessly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally or knowingly. Here, intentionally and knowingly have previously been defined in these instructions. Facilitation of reckless homicide. Any person who facilitates the offense of reckless homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit a reckless homicide but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2. That the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of reckless homicide. And 3. that the defendant furnish such assistance knowingly. Here, knowingly, intended, and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute reckless homicide and definitions have been set out on page 11. Criminally negligent homicide. Any person who commits criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant's conduct resulted in the death of the alleged victim, Tyre Nichols. And 2. That the defendants acted with criminal negligence. Criminal negligence means that a person acts with criminal negligence when the person ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the alleged victim will be killed. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of criminal negligence is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Intentionally, knowing, and recklessly have previously been defined in these instructions. If you find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that a defendant was criminally negligent, you must also find that the death of the alleged victim was the proximate result of the defendant's criminal negligence. The defendant's action need not be the sole or immediate cause of death. If you find that the direct cause of death was an act of the victim, before you can convict the defendant, you must also find beyond a reasonable doubt the act of the victim causing the death was a natural and probable result of the defendant's criminal negligence. Facilitation of the criminally negligent homicide. Any person who facilitates the offense of criminally negligent homicide is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. The defendant knew that another person intended to commit a criminally negligent homicide, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2, that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of criminally negligent homicide. And 3, that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Here, knowingly, intended, intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute criminally negligent homicide and definitions have been set out on page 13. The court will now explain the law applicable to count 2 in the indictment. Aggravated assault, acting in concert. Any person who commits the offense of aggravated assault, acting in concert, is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to Tyre Nichols. And 2. That the act resulted in serious bodily injury to Tyre Nichols. And 3. That the defendant committed the offense while acting in concert with 2 or more other persons. Acting in concert means such conduct that would make one criminally responsible for committing or facilitating the offense. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that involves a substantial risk of death, protracted unconsciousness, extreme physical pain, protracted or obvious disfigurement, or protracted loss or substantial impairment of a function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Bodily injury, intentionally and knowingly, have previously been set out in these instructions. Criminal attempt, aggravated assault, acting in concert. Any person who attempts to commit aggravated assault acting in concert is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant intended to commit the specific offense of aggravated assault acting in concert. And 2. That the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of the offense to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. Intended and intending mean that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. The essential elements necessary to constitute aggravated assault acting in concert and definitions have been set out on page 15. Facilitation of aggravated assault acting in concert of Tyre Nichols. Any person who facilitates the offense of aggravated assault acting in concert is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit an aggravated assault acting in concert, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2. The defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of aggravated assault acting in concert. And 3. That the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Here, knowingly, intended, and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirements of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute aggravated assault acting in concert and definitions have been set out on page 15. Reckless aggravated assault. Any person who commits the offense of reckless aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant recklessly caused bodily injury to Tyre Nichols. And 2. That the act resulted in serious bodily injury to Tyre Nichols. And 3. That the defendant committed the offense while acting in concert with 2 or more other persons. Here, recklessly means that a person acts recklessly with respect to circumstances surrounding the conduct or the result of the conduct when a person is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or that the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the accused person's standpoint. The requirement of reckless is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted knowingly or intentionally. Acting in concert, bodily injury, serious bodily injury, knowing, and intentionally have previously been defined in these instructions. Facilitation of reckless aggravated assault. Any person who facilitates the offense of reckless aggravated assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit a reckless aggravated assault, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2. That the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of reckless aggravated assault. And 3. That the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Knowingly, intended, and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute reckless aggravated assault and definitions have been set out on page 18. Reckless endangerment. Any person who commits the offense of reckless endangerment is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant engaged in conduct which placed or might have placed another person in imminent danger of serious bodily injury. And 2. That the defendant acted recklessly. For the threat of serious bodily injury to be imminent, the person must be placed in a reasonable probability of danger as opposed to mere possibility of danger. Before you can convict a defendant, the state must have shown beyond a reasonable doubt that a person or class of persons was in the zone of danger. The zone of danger is that area in which a reasonable probability exists that the defendant's conduct would place others in imminent danger of serious bodily injury. Serious bodily injury and recklessly have previously been defined in these instructions. Assault. Any person who commits an assault upon another is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant caused bodily injury to Tyre Nichols. And 2. That the defendant acted either intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Bodily injury, intentionally, knowingly, and recklessly have previously been defined in these instructions. Attempt to commit assault. Any person who attempts to commit assault is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of a criminal's attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant intended to commit the specific offense, assault. And 2. That the defendant did some act intended to cause an essential element of the offense to occur, and at the time believed that the act would cause the element to occur without further action upon the defendant's part. Intended and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The essential elements necessary to constitute assault and definitions have been set out on page 21. The court will now explain the law applicable to count 3 in the indictment. Aggravated kidnapping with bodily injury. Any person who commits an aggravated kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant knowingly removed or confined Tyre Nichols unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with his liberty. And 2. That Tyre Nichols suffered bodily injury during the removal or confinement. The following italicized instructions and definitions apply to aggravated kidnapping on page 23 and the lesser included offenses of attempt to commit aggravated kidnapping on page 25, facilitation of aggravated kidnapping on page 26, kidnapping on page 27, attempt to commit kidnapping on page 28, facilitation of kidnapping on page 29. The italicized instructions are no more or no less important than other instructions. Italics are used solely for ease of reference and understanding the elements of the offense and lesser included offenses. A removal or confinement is unlawful if it is accomplished by force, threat, or fraud. Although the law requires no specific period of time of confinement or distance of removal or confinement interferes substantially with another's liberty if the time of confinement is significant or the distance of removal is considerable. To find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that the removal or confinement was to a greater degree than that necessary to commit the alleged offenses of second-degree murder as charged in count 1, aggravated assault acting in concert as charged in count 2, official misconduct as charged in counts 5 and 6, and official oppression as charged in count 7. In making this determination, you may consider all the relevant facts and circumstances of the case, including, but not limited to, the following factors. A. The nature and duration of the alleged victim's removal or confinement by the defendant. B. Whether the removal or confinement occurred during the commission of separate offense. 3. Whether the interference with the alleged victim's liberty was inherent in the nature of the separate offense. D. Whether the removal or confinement prevented the alleged victim from summoning assistance, although the defendant need not have succeeded in preventing the alleged victim from doing so. E. Whether the removal or confinement reduced the defendant's risk of detection, although the defendant need not have succeeded in this objective. And F. Whether the removal or confinement created a significant danger or increased the alleged victim's risk of harm independent of that posed by the separate offense. Unless you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged victim's removal or confinement exceeded that which was necessary to accomplish the alleged offenses of second-degree murder, aggravated assault acting in concert, official misconduct, and official oppression, and was not essentially incidental to any one of these offenses, you must find the defendant not guilty of aggravated kidnapping or any of its lesser included offenses. Bodily injury and knowingly have previously been set out and defined in these instructions. Attempt to commit aggravated kidnapping. Any person who attempts to commit aggravated kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the specific offense of aggravated kidnapping. And 2, that the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of the offense to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. Intended and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The essential elements necessary to constitute aggravated kidnapping and definitions have been set out on page 23. Facilitation of aggravated kidnapping. Any person who facilitates the offense of aggravated kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit an aggravated kidnapping, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense, or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2, that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of aggravated kidnapping. And 3, that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Knowingly, intended, and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute aggravated kidnapping and definitions have been set out on page 23. Kidnapping. Any person who commits the offense of kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knowingly removed or confined Tyre Nichols unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with his liberty. And 2, that the removal or confinement was under circumstances that exposed Tyre Nichols to substantial risk of bodily injury. The instructions regarding removal or confinement, as explained above in the italicized instructions for aggravated kidnapping under this count 3, applied to the lesser included offense. Refer to those italicized instructions there. Bodily injury and knowingly have previously been defined in these instructions. Attempt to commit kidnapping. Any person who attempts to commit kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the specific offense, kidnapping. And 2, that the defendant did some act intended to cause an essential element of the offense to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. Intended and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The essential elements necessary to constitute kidnapping and definitions have been set out on page 27. Facilitation of kidnapping. Any person who facilitates the offense of kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit a kidnapping, but did not have the intent to promote or assist in the commission of the offense or benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And 2, that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of kidnapping. And 3, that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Knowingly, intended, and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute kidnapping and definitions have been set out on page 27. False imprisonment of Tyre Nichols. Any person who commits the offense of false imprisonment is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant removed or confined Tyre Nichols unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with his liberty. And 2, that the defendant acted knowingly. The instructions regarding a removal or confinement, as explained above in the italicized instructions for especially aggravated kidnapping under this count 3, apply to this lesser included offense. refer to those instructions there. Knowingly have previously been defined in these instructions. Attempt to commit false imprisonment. Any person who attempts to commit false imprisonment is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant intended to commit the specific offense of false imprisonment. And 2. That the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of the offense to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. Intended and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The essential elements necessary to constitute false imprisonment and definitions have been set out on page 30. The court will now explain the law applicable to count 4 in the indictment. Aggravated kidnapping of Tyre Nichols with a deadly weapon. Any person who commits an aggravated kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant knowingly removed or confined Tyre Nichols unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with his liberty. And 2. That the defendant possessed or threatened the use of a deadly weapon. The italicized instructions for aggravated kidnapping under count 3 apply to aggravated kidnapping in this count 4, on page 23. Please refer to that page for the definitions and instructions as needed. Deadly weapon means a firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury or or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Firearm means any weapon that will or is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the action of an explosive. Knowingly has been previously defined for you in these instructions for aggravated assault resulting in death under count 1. Refer to the definition there. Attempt to commit aggravated kidnapping. Any person who attempts to commit aggravated kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant intended to commit the specific offense, aggravated kidnapping. And 2. That the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of the offense to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. Intended and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The italicized instructions for aggravated kidnapping under count 3 apply to aggravated kidnapping in this count 4, on page 23. Please refer to that page for the definitions and instructions as needed. The essential elements necessary to constitute aggravated kidnapping and definitions have been set out on page 32. Facilitation of aggravated kidnapping. Any person who facilitates the offense of aggravated kidnapping is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. The defendant knew that another person intended to commit an aggravated kidnapping, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense. And 2. That the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of aggravated kidnapping. And 3. That the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Knowingly, intended, and intending have previously been set out and defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The italicized instructions for aggravated kidnapping under count 3 apply to aggravated kidnapping in this count 4, on page 23. Please refer to that page for definitions and instructions as needed. The essential elements necessary to constitute aggravated kidnapping and definitions have been set out on page 32. False imprisonment of Tyre Nichols. Any person who commits the offense of false imprisonment is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant removed or confined Tyre Nichols unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with his liberty. And 2. That the defendant acted knowingly. The instructions regarding a removal or confinement as explained above in the italicized instructions for especially aggravated kidnapping under this count 3, on page 23 apply to this lesser included offense. Refer to those instructions there. Knowingly has previously been defined in these instructions. Any person or attempt to commit false imprisonment. Any person who attempts to commit false imprisonment is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. That is, should be number 1. 1. That the defendant intended to commit the specific offense of false imprisonment. And 2. That the defendant did some act intending to cause the essential elements of the offense to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. Intended and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The essential elements necessary to constitute false imprisonment and definitions have been set out on page 35. The court will now explain the law applicable to count 5 in the indictment. Official misconduct, unauthorized exercise of official power. Any public servant who commits the offense of official misconduct is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant acted as a public servant. And 2. That the defendant committed an act relating to the defendant's office or employment that constituted an unauthorized exercise of official power. And 3. That the defendant acted knowingly or intentionally. And 4. That the defendant acted with the intent to obtain a benefit or to harm another. Act and acted means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary, and includes speech. Intent, intentionally, and knowingly have previously been defined in these instructions. Public servant means a person elected, selected, appointed, employed, or otherwise designated as one of the following, even if the public servant has not yet qualified for office or assumed the duties: an officer, employee, or agent of government. Attempt to commit official misconduct. Any person who attempts to commit official misconduct is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant intended to commit the specific offense of official misconduct. And 2. That the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of the offense to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. Intended and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The essential elements necessary to constitute official misconduct and definitions have been set out on page 37. Facilitation of official misconduct. Any person who facilitates the offense of official misconduct is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, this state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1. That the defendant knew that another person intended to commit an official misconduct, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2. That the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of official misconduct. And 3. That the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Knowingly, intended, and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute official misconduct and definitions have been set out on page 37. The court will now explain the law applicable to count 6 in the indictment. Official misconduct, refraining from performing a duty. Any public servant who commits the offense of official misconduct is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant acted as a public servant. And 2, that the defendant refrained from performing a duty that was imposed by law or that was clearly inherent in the nature of the office or employment. And 3, that the defendant acted knowingly or intentionally. And 4, that the defendant acted with the intent to obtain a benefit or to harm another. Acted knowingly and intentionally have previously been defined in these instructions. Attempt to commit official misconduct. Any person who attempts to commit official misconduct is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the specific offense of official misconduct. And 2, that the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of the offense to occur, and at the time believed that the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. Intended and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The essential elements necessary to constitute official misconduct and definitions have been set out on page 41. Facilitation of official misconduct. Any person who facilitates the offense of official misconduct is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit official misconduct, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2, that the defendant furnished substantial assistance to that person in the commission of official misconduct. And 3, that the defendant furnished such assistance knowingly. Here, knowingly, intended, and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute official misconduct and definition have been set out on page 41. The court will now explain the law applicable to count 7 in the indictment, official oppression. Any public servant who commits the offense of official oppression is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant was a public servant acting under color of office or employment. And 2, that the defendant intentionally subjected another to mistreatment or to arrest, detention, stop, frisk, halt, search, seizure, or dispossession that the defendant knew was unlawful. Intent, intentionally, and knowingly, and public servant have previously been defined in these instructions. A public servant acts under color of office or employment if the servant acts or purports to act in an official capacity or takes advantage of such actual or purported capacity. Attempt to commit official oppression. Any person who attempts to commit official oppression is guilty of a crime. For you to find a person guilty of criminal attempt, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the specific offense of official oppression. And 2, that the defendant did some act intending to cause an essential element of the offense to occur, and at the time believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on the defendant's part. Intended and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The essential elements necessary to constitute official oppression and definitions have been set out on page 44. Facilitation of official oppression. Any person who facilitates the offense of official oppression is guilty of a crime. For you to find a defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant knew that another person intended to commit an official oppression, but did not have the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or result of the offense. And 2, that the defendant furnish substantial assistance to that person in the commission of official oppression. And 3, that the defendant furnish such assistance knowingly. Knowingly, intended, and intending have previously been defined in these instructions. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. The essential elements necessary to constitute official oppression and definitions have been set out on page 44. Considering multiple defendants. You should give separate consideration to each defendant. Each defendant is entitled to have his case decided on the evidence and the law applicable to that particular defendant. Any evidence which was limited to a specific defendant should not be considered by you as to any other defendant. You can acquit all defendants or convict all, or you can acquit one or more and convict one or more. If you cannot agree upon a guilt as to all defendants, but you do agree upon the verdict as to one defendant, you must render a verdict as to the one or the ones upon which you agree. You will receive separate verdict forms on the charged counts and lesser offenses for each defendant. Identity. One of the issues in this case is the identification of the defendant as the person who committed the crime. So the state has the burden of proving identity beyond a reasonable doubt. Identification testimony is an expression of belief or impression by the witness, and its value may depend upon your consideration of several factors. Some of the factors which you may consider are: 1, the witness's capacity and opportunity to observe the offender. This includes, among other things, the length of time available for observation, the distance from which the witness observed, the lighting, and whether the person who committed the crime was a prior acquaintance of the witness. 2, the degree of certainty expressed by the witness regarding the identification and the circumstances under which it was made, including whether it's the product of the witness's own recollection. 3, the occasions, if any, on which the witness failed to make an identification of the defendant, or maybe an identification that was inconsistent with the identification at trial. And 4, the occasions, if any, on which the witness made an identification that was consistent with the identification at trial, and circumstances surrounding such identification. 5, any other factors fairly raised by the evidence. Again, the state has the burden of proving every element of the crime charged, and this burden specifically includes the identity of the defendant as the person who committed the crime for which he is on trial. If, after considering the identification testimony in light of all the proof, you have a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the person who committed the crime, you must find the defendant not guilty. Evidence, direct and circumstantial. The guilt of any defendant, as well as any fact required to be proved, may be established by direct evidence, by circumstantial evidence, or by both combined. Direct evidence is defined as evidence which proves the existence of the fact in issue without inference or presumption. Direct evidence is those parts of testimony admitted in court which refer to what happened and was testified to by witnesses who saw or heard what happened firsthand. If witnesses testified about what they themselves saw or heard, they presented direct evidence. Circumstantial evidence consists of proof of collateral facts and circumstances which do not directly prove the fact in issue, but from which that fact may be logically inferred. Circumstantial evidence is all the testimony and exhibits which give you clues about what happened in an indirect way. It consists of all evidence which is not direct evidence. When the evidence is made up entirely of circumstantial evidence, then before you would be justified in finding any defendant guilty, you must find that all the essential facts are consistent with the hypothesis of guilt, as that is to be compared with all the facts proved. The facts must exclude every other reasonable theory or hypothesis except that of guilt, and the facts must establish such a certainty of guilt of a defendant as to convince the mind beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is the one who committed the offense. Do not assume that direct evidence is always better than circumstantial evidence. According to our laws, direct evidence is not necessarily better than circumstantial evidence. It is not necessary that each particular fact should be proved beyond a reasonable doubt if enough facts are proved to satisfy the jury beyond a reasonable doubt of all the facts necessary to constitute the crime charged. Before a verdict of guilty is justified, the circumstances taken together must be of conclusive nature and tendency, leading on the whole to a satisfactory conclusion and producing in effect a moral certainty that the defendant and no one else committed the offense. Presumption of innocence. You enter upon this investigation with the presumption that each of the defendants are not guilty of any crime, and this presumption stands as a witness for them unless it is rebutted and overturned by competent and credible proof. It is, therefore, incumbent upon the state, before you can convict any defendant, to establish to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the crime charged in this indictment has been committed, that the same was committed within the county of Shelby and the state of Tennessee before the finding of the indictment, and that the defendant or defendants committed the crime in such a manner that would make them guilty under the law here defined and explained to you. Burden of proof. The state has the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt, and this burden never shifts, but remains on the state throughout the trial of the case. The defendants are not required to prove their innocence. Reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case, and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily upon the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge, but moral certainty is required, and that certainty is required as to every element of proof needed to constitute the offense. Credibility of witnesses. You are the exclusive judges of the credibility of witnesses and the weight to be given to their testimony. If there are any conflicts in the testimony of different witnesses, you must reconcile those conflicts, if you can, without hastily or rashly concluding that any witness has sworn falsely, for the law presumes that every witness has told the truth. It is your job to decide what the facts of this case are. When you cannot reconcile the statements of different witnesses, then you must decide which witness or witnesses you believe, and how important you think the witness's testimony was. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness said. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. There is no fixed set of rules or judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. 1. Was the witness able to see and hear clearly? How long was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? 2. Did the witness seem to have a good memory? 3. How did the witness look and act while testifying? Did the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or did the witness seem to evade the questions? 4. Has there been any evidence presented regarding the witness's intelligence, respectability, or reputation for truthfulness? 5. Does the witness have any bias, prejudice, or personal interest in how the case is decided? 6. Did the witness have a motive to testify truthfully or to testify untruthfully? 7. Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influences that affected how the witness testified? 8. In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? 9. All in all, how reasonable does the witness testimony seem when you think about all the other evidence in the case? Sometimes the testimony of different witnesses will not agree, and you must decide which testimony you accept. You must think about whether the disagreement involves something important or not, and whether you think someone is lying or is simply mistaken. People see and hear things differently. Witnesses may testify honestly, but simply be wrong about what they thought they saw or remembered. It is also a good idea to think about which testimony agrees best with the other evidence in the case. However, you may conclude that a witness has deliberately lied about something that is important or to how you decide the case. If so, you may choose not to accept anything that witness said. On the other hand, if you think the witness lied about some things but told the truth about others, you may simply accept the part you think is true and ignore the rest. Expert witness. During the trial, you heard the expert testimony of TBI agent Derek Miller, who was described to us as an expert in the field of digital forensic examiner. You also heard the expert testimony of Dr. Marco Ross, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. You also heard the expert testimony of Dr. Jane Turner, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic pathology. You also heard the expert testimony of Ms. Samantha Spencer, who was described to us as an expert in the field of forensic biology through DNA analysis. You also heard the expert testimony of Mr. Jared Zawicki, who was described to us as an expert in the field of defensive tactics, human factors, deadly force, police training, video and digital analysis. You also heard expert testimony of Mr. John Tisdale, who was described to us as an expert in the field of police policy and use of force. You also heard the expert testimony of Mr. Don Cameron, who was described to us as an expert in the field of police training, standards, and use of force. The rules of evidence provide that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge might assist the jury in understanding the evidence or in determining a fact and issue, a witness qualified as an expert by reason of special knowledge or experience may testify and state their opinions concerning such matters and give reasons for their testimonies. Merely because an expert witness has expressed an opinion does not mean, however, that you are bound to accept this opinion. The same as with any other witness, it is up to you to decide whether you believe this testimony and choose to rely upon it. Part of that decision will depend on your judgment whether this witness's training and experience is sufficient for the witness to give the expert opinion that you heard. You must decide whether the witness's opinions were based on sound reasons, judgment, and information. You are to give the testimony of an expert witness such weight and value as you think it deserves, along with all the other evidence in the case. Impeaching a witness. A witness may be impeached by proving that the witness made some material statements out of court which are at variance with the witness's evidence on the witness stand. However, proof of prior inconsistent statements may be considered by you only for the purpose of testing the witness's credibility and not as substantive evidence of the truth of the matter asserted in such statements unless the trial judge has made those statements an exhibit. Further, a witness may be impeached by a careful cross-examination involving the witness in contradictory, unreasonable, and improbable statements. However, immaterial discrepancies or differences in the statements of witnesses do not affect their credibility unless it should plainly appear that some witness has willfully testified falsely. When a witness is thus impeached, the jury has the right to disregard the witness's evidence and treat it as untrue, except where it is corroborated by other credible testimony or by the facts and circumstances proved on the trial. Criminal responsibility for the conduct of another. A defendant is criminally responsible as a party to second-degree murder, aggravated assault, acting in concert, aggravated kidnapping, official misconduct, and official oppression if the offenses were committed by the defendant's own conduct, by the conduct of another for which the defendant is criminally responsible, or by both. Each party to the offense may be charged with the commission of the offense. A defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit from the proceeds or result of the offense, the defendant solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. Here, intent means that the person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of the conduct or to a result of the conduct when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. A person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, having a duty imposed by law or voluntarily undertaken to prevent commission of the offense, and acting with the intent to the benefit in the proceeds or result or the results of the offense, or promote or assist its commission. A defendant fails to make a reasonable effort to prevent commission of the offense. Intent means that a person acts intentionally with respect to the nature of conduct or to a result of the conduct when it's the person's conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. A defendant who is criminally responsible for an offense may be found guilty not only of the offense, but also for any other offense or offenses committed by another if you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the other offense or offenses committed were natural and probable consequences of the original offense for which the defendant is found criminally responsible, and that the elements of the other offenses or offenses that accompanied the original offense have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In deciding the criminal responsibility of each defendant, the jury may also take into consideration any evidence offered that a defendant attempted to thwart or withdraw from any of the offenses that followed from the original offense. To find a defendant criminally responsible for the acts of another, it is not necessary that you find the defendant was present or that the defendant took a physical part in the crime. Encouragement of the principal offender is sufficient. However, mere presence during the commission of an offense is not sufficient to support a conviction. Before you can find a defendant guilty of being criminally responsible for said offense or offenses committed by the conduct of another, you must find that all the essential elements of said offenses have been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Criminal responsibility is not a separate criminal charge of the indicted charge or lesser included offenses. It is an alternate theory of criminal liability by which the state may prove a defendant's guilt based on the conduct of another person. Consequently, there is no separate verdict form for criminal responsibility. You will use the verdict forms for the offenses for which you find a defendant criminally responsible should a defendant be found guilty of any offense under this theory. It is not a defense that a person for whom's conduct the defendant is criminally responsible has not been convicted or was convicted of a different offense or different type or class of offense. Witness claiming to be a participant. The prosecution has presented a witness who claims to have been a participant with the defendants in the crime charged. While you may convict upon this testimony alone, you should act upon it with great caution. Give it careful examination in the light of other evidence in the case. You are not to convict upon this testimony alone unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that it is true. Limiting instruction. Members of the jury, you have received as evidence a memorandum of understanding, which has been marked Exhibit 4, and a guilty plea marked as Exhibit 16 of a charged co-defendant, Desmond Mills. You are instructed that this evidence may be only considered with respect to the guilt or innocence of the co-defendant for whom they belong. In other words, the evidence can only be used to assess whether the co-defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charges against them and cannot make any assumptions or inferences about another defendant in this case. Each defendant must be evaluated on the evidence presented specifically against them. The guilt or innocence of one defendant should not influence The guilt or innocence of one defendant should not be influenced by a co-defendant's statements or any actions or statements attributed to them. You should assess the evidence against each defendant independently. Do not allow a co-defendant's statements to influence your judgment or deliberations regarding another defendant in this case. Evidence of good character. Evidence of good character has been offered on behalf of the defendants Tadarius Bean and Justin Smith. This is to be considered by the jury along with all the other evidence in the case to determine if there is a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt. A person of good character may violate the law, but a person of good character is less likely to violate the law than one of bad character. If you find the defendant's character to be good, such may be considered for purpose of strengthening his presumption of innocence. If you find the defendant's character to be good, it may stand as a witness on his behalf, and you should consider it along with all the other evidence in determining whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Defendants not testifying. The defendants, Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith, have each not taken the stand to testify as a witness, but you shall place no significance on this fact. Each defendant is presumed innocent, and the burden is on the state to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. No defendant is required to take the stand on his own behalf, and his election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against him, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Cause of death. Before a defendant can be convicted of any degree of homicide, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the death of the deceased was proximately caused by the criminal conduct of the defendant, by the conduct of another for whom the defendant is criminally responsible, or both. The proximate cause of death is that cause which, in a natural and continuous sequence, unbroken by independent intervening cause, produces the death, and without which the death would not have occurred. A defendant's conduct need not be the sole or immediate cause of death. The acts or omissions of two or more persons may work concurrently to proximately cause the death. In such a case, each of the participating acts or omission is regarded as a proximate cause. It is not a defense that the negligent conduct of the deceased may have been a proximate cause of the death. However, it is a defense to homicide if the proof shows that the death was caused by an independent intervening act or omission of the deceased or another which a defendant in the exercise of ordinary care could not reasonably have anticipated as likely to happen. However, if in the exercise of ordinary care a defendant should reasonably have anticipated the intervening cause, that cause does not supersede the defendant's original conduct, and the defendant's conduct is considered the proximate cause of death. The sequence of events or the particular injury doesn't need to be foreseeable. It's only necessary that the death falls within the general field of danger which a defendant should have reasonably anticipated. If some other circumstances cause the victim's death unrelated to the defendant's action, that would be a defense to homicide unless the circumstances was the natural result of the defendant's acts. There is evidence in this case that the deceased required medical attention as a result of injuries that may have been unlawfully inflicted by a defendant, and that such treatment itself may have contributed to the death of the deceased. If you find this evidence to be true, then you must determine whether the medical treatment is of such a character as to relieve the defendant of the responsibility for the death. One who unlawfully and seriously injures another to the extent that medical attention is required bears the risk that improper treatment may result in death of the injured person. If a defendant unlawfully and seriously injures the deceased, he is not relieved of responsibility unless the treatment was performed in a grossly negligent and unskillful manner, and unless it was the sole cause of the death. If you find that a defendant's acts, if any, did not unlawfully cause or contribute to the death of the deceased, or if you have a reasonable doubt about this proposition, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Jury notes. Members of the jury, the court charges that if any of you have been taking notes in this case, that these notes are for your individual use only, and that you should not use your notes directly or indirectly, explicitly or implicitly, to persuade other jurors as to the accuracy of your notes. They should not be shown to others, nor compared, nor referred to in any way as authority, but should be used privately only by you as an aid to your individual memory. Multiple counts, finding on each required. The crime charged in each count of the indictment is a separate and distinct offense. You must decide each charge separately on the evidence and the law applicable to it. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any or all of the offenses charged. Your findings as to each crime charge must be stated in your verdict. Unanimous verdict. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agree thereto. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if you can do so without violence to individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own views and change your opinion if convinced it is erroneous. But do not surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Deliberation. Order of consideration as to defendant Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, and Justin Smith. In deciding your verdict for each count, you shall first consider the offense charged in the indictment. If you find the defendant guilty of that offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty for that offense. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of that offense, or have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense, you shall then proceed to consider whether or not the defendant is guilty of the next lesser included offense in the order from greatest to least within each count of the indictment. You shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offense until you have first made a unanimous determination that the defendant is not guilty of the immediately preceding greater offense, or you unanimously have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt of that offense charged in the indictment. If you have a reasonable doubt of the guilt of the defendant as to all offenses charged and included in that count of the indictment, you shall return a verdict of not guilty for that count of the indictment. Verdict form, count 1, second-degree murder. We, the jury, find the defendant Tadarius Bean, only checking one box. First charge for your consideration, the indicted charge, guilty of second-degree murder. Lesser included offenses in the order of consideration, should the jury find the defendant guilty, would be facilitation of second-degree murder, guilty of manslaughter, guilty of facilitation of voluntary manslaughter, guilty of aggravated assault resulting in death, guilty of facilitation of aggravated assault resulting in death, guilty of reckless homicide, guilty of facilitation of reckless homicide, guilty of criminally negligent homicide, guilty of facilitation of criminally negligent homicide. If the jury has a reasonable doubt as to the indicted charge or any lesser included offenses, the jury is to select not guilty as charged in the first count of the indictment signed by a jury foreperson. The same instructions with regard to count 1 with regard to the defendant Demetrius Haley. On the following page, the same instructions with regard to count 1 for the defendant Justin Smith. Verdict form count 2, aggravated assault acting in concert. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean. Again, only check one box. The indicted charge, guilty of aggravated assault acting in concert. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration, guilty of attempted aggravated assault, guilty of facilitation of aggravated assault, guilty of reckless aggravated assault, guilty of facilitation of reckless aggravated assault, guilty of reckless endangerment, guilty of assault, guilty of attempted assault. Should the jury have a reasonable doubt as to the indicted charge and the lesser included, the jury is to select not guilty as charged in the second count of the indictment signed by jury foreperson. Same instructions apply on the following page to the defendant, Demetrius Haley. On the following page, the same instructions with regard to count 2 for the defendant, Justin Smith. Verdict form count 3, aggravated kidnapping with bodily injury. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean. Again, check only one box. The indicted charge, guilty of aggravated kidnapping with bodily injury. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration, guilty of attempted aggravated kidnapping, guilty of facilitation of aggravated kidnapping, guilty of kidnapping, guilty of attempted kidnapping, guilty of facilitation of kidnapping, guilty of false imprisonment, guilty of attempted false imprisonment. Should the jury have a reasonable doubt as to the indicted charge or any of the lesser included offenses, it is to select the not guilty as charged in the third count of the indictment signed by the jury foreperson. The same instructions apply on count 3 with regard to the defendant, Demetrius Haley. On the following page with regard to count 3, the defendant, Justin Smith, the same instructions apply. With regard to verdict form, count 4, aggravated kidnapping with a deadly weapon, we, the jury, find the defendant, only check 1. The indicted charge, guilty of aggravated kidnapping with a deadly weapon. The lesser included offenses in order of consideration, guilty of attempted aggravated kidnapping, guilty of facilitation aggravated kidnapping, guilty of false imprisonment, guilty of attempted false imprisonment. Should the jury have a reasonable doubt with regard to the indicted charge or any lesser included offense, it is to select not guilty as charged in the fourth count of the indictment signed by jury foreperson. The same instructions apply on the following page with regard to count 4 and the defendant, Demetrius Haley. On the following page, the same instructions apply to count 4 with regard to the defendant, Justin Smith. Verdict form, count 5, official misconduct, unauthorized exercise of official authority. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, only check one box. The indicted charge be guilty of official misconduct, unauthorized exercise of official authority. Lesser included offenses in order of consideration would be guilty of attempted official misconduct, guilty of facilitation of official misconduct. Should the jury have a reasonable doubt as to with regard to the indicted charge or any of the lesser included offenses, is to select not guilty as charged in the fifth count of the indictment signed by jury foreperson. The same instructions apply on the following page, verdict form, count 5, with regard to the defendant, Demetrius Haley. The same instructions apply on the following page, verdict form, count 5, with regard to defendant, Justin Smith. Verdict form, count 6, official misconduct, refraining from performing a duty. We, the jury, find the defendant, Darius Bean, only check one box. Indicted charge is guilty of official misconduct. Lesser included offenses in order of consideration would be guilty of attempted official misconduct, guilty of facilitation of official misconduct. Should the jury have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant on the indicted charge or any lesser included offenses, it is to select the not guilty as charged in the sixth count of the indictment. On the following page, the same instructions apply to count 6 verdict form with regard to defendant Demetrius Haley. On the following page, verdict form count 6, the same instructions apply to defendant Justin Smith. Verdict form count 7, official oppression. We, the jury, find the defendant, Tadarius Bean, only check 1, the indicted offense, guilty of official oppression. Lesser included offenses in order of consideration, guilty of attempted official oppression, guilty of facilitation of official oppression. Should the jury have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt with regard to the indicted charge or any of the lesser included offenses, the jury is to select not guilty as charged in the 7th count of the indictment signed by the jury foreperson. Verdict form count 7, the same instructions apply with regard to Demetrius Haley. On the following page, verdict form count 7, the same instructions apply with regard to defendant Justin Smith. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case outside the jury deliberation room. If a question arises during the deliberations, first go back and review your jury instructions, as the majority of your answers to the jury questions are found in there. If the question remains and or you need further instructions, please print your question on a sheet of paper and have the foreperson sign it and give to the deputies. I will read your question and I may call you back into the courtroom to try to help you. But more times than not, the court's answer will be to look back at your jury instructions. Please understand that I may only answer questions about the law and cannot answer questions about the evidence. You will write your verdict clearly as to the indictment on the inside of the jacket as instructed on the previous pages, and have one of the names of the sign as the verdict on the verdict as foreperson. Take the case, consider all the facts and circumstances fairly and impartially, and report to the court such verdicts as truth dictates and justice demands. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you have now received the law. You've heard and received all the proof, yet it's still not time for the deliberations. We are going to take just a brief recess to allow you all to step out so we don't have any interruptions while we go through the closing arguments. But please make sure you do not discuss the cases. You can leave your notebooks and those bindings in your chairs. We're just going to take a brief recess.
Jury may be excused for the recess.
seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I explained to you before, you've received all the proof in this case for your consideration. You've received the law. And as we talked about in the very beginning, now it will be the opportunity for the attorneys to submit their final arguments. We will begin with the state, and is the state ready to present their final argument?
Yes, Judge, thank you. Sesame chicken. Do y'all remember? That's what Tyre was supposed to have for dinner on January 7th. You heard his mom, Miss Rovon Wells, testify. Tyre was her baby, the youngest of 4, 29 years old. It's a Saturday. He left the house that day. She said he came in the kitchen to talk to her before he walked out, saw her taking the chicken out, asked what she was making. Sesame chicken. If you remember her testimony, she said he kind of made a rubbing on his belly, like, you know, yum, yum. I'll be home for dinner. But he didn't make it. When Tyre left home that afternoon, "29 years old, that house on Castlegate, that's what Tyre looked like. Tyre had a special relationship with his mom. You heard her talk a little bit about it. I don't know if y'all noticed in one of the pictures that was introduced as part of the autopsy, got his mom's name tattooed on his shoulder, Rovon. Tyre left that afternoon, and he never made it home for dinner because he came into contact with these officers. And the next time Ms. Rovon saw her son, he was in the hospital in the wee hours of January 8th, and this is what he looked like. After coming in contact with these officers. And he almost made it home. He's so close. There's a map that's been introduced, and it shows you all the locations that we've talked about. Look how close they are. You heard Ms. Rovon testify that to get to the scene where all this happened, just basically 80 feet from her front door. And at that first stop, that chaotic stop, when there's so much screaming and so much chaos, one of the things you hear Tyre say is, "I'm just trying to go home." He's just trying to get home to his mom's house. But he doesn't make it because he comes in contact with these officers. One of the things that was said in trial this week is when Officer Mills was testifying. When the defense attorneys asked a question and said, "So Tyre was whipping y'all's tail." I don't know if you remember this. Tyre was whipping y'all's tail. Tyre, the smallest person out there, 5 officers. Tyre was whipping y'all's tail. I'm going to show you pictures that were introduced into evidence of each of those officers at the end of that night. Officer Bean. Officer Emmett Martin. Officer Demetrius Haley. Justin Smith. Officer Desmond Mills. They were getting their tails whipped. This is them that night, after the fact. Can you see the picture of Tyre again? And about the same time those pictures are taken by TBI, Mr. Rodney Wells, Tyre's stepdad, takes this picture at St. Francis Hospital. So Tyre was whipping their tail? That's what they want you to believe? I know y'all seen a ton of video this week. When you go back to deliberate, you'll have that video. You'll be able to watch any part of it that you want. You'll be able to zoom in. You'll be able to slow it down. And I'm going to show you some video again. I'm going to ask you to listen to things and watch things, but with certain intent, looking for certain things, okay? You've seen it all, but now we kind of have to put the pieces together. And the first thing I want you to do, and this is different than we've done all week. I'm going to play a portion of Bean's body-worn camera. And I'm going to just set it up a bit. Y'all seen it. Bean is the officer who's riding with Officer Mills. Officer Mills testified he sees someone matching the description in the rear view. They kind of do a U-turn, and then you see Officer Bean jump out of the car and start sprinting towards Tyre. And if y'all remember, as Officer Bean gets to Tyre and tackles him to the ground, shortly thereafter, his body-worn camera, which is worn here on the front of the chest, falls off. So we continue to hear the audio, but the camera's facing down, so it goes black. But you can hear the audio. And I want you to watch and listen with me in just a few moments to that clip. What I want you to listen for, and we're going to listen to the portion where everything happens to Tyre. We're going to hear those first two kicks from Officer Martin, where Bean and Smith are holding him down. We're going to hear the punches. And then the final two kicks from Haley and Martin. And I say we're going to hear because even though this body cam is on the ground somewhere over here, we don't really know where, some of those impacts you can hear. You can hear the kick making contact. You can hear some of those punches. And keep in mind, that camera is not on his chest. That camera is over on the ground somewhere. And you can hear it. So I want you to listen for that. But more so, what I want you to listen to is Tyre. Because these are some of the last words we hear Tyre say. And the first thing that you'll hear him do, and you've heard it this week, but I want you to listen, really listen, is yell for his mom. And he's yelling for his mom because he wants his mom, I'm sure, but also, how close is he to home? How close is he to his mom? So listen to that. And then listen to what Tyre sounds like as the video goes on. Moaning, pain, but listen all the way through. And if we can have the lights turned off and we'll play that video. Y'all will remember, you're probably familiar enough by now, but every time a body cam turns on, there's about a minute that goes by that there's no audio. And then after a minute, the audio pops on. Again, I want y'all to focus on Tyre. What was your Tyre saying?
Get your hand! Give me a hand! Turn around! Lay back! Lay back, goddamn! Alright. Lay back, goddamn! Lay back! Lay back! Lay back! Lay back, goddamn! Alright.
The last words that we hear Tyre say, and he says it 3 times right there, and I don't know if y'all can hear it. I know it's hard. There's other noises in here. He says, help me. Help me. 3 times. And you know what happens right after that 3rd time he says, help me? Haley runs in and kicks him, and then Emmett Martin kicks him again. And those are the last words we hear from Tyre. Help me. And who is supposed to help him? Those guys. They've got a duty to help him. And they don't. No one helps him. no witness told you Tyre punched, Tyre kicked, Tyre spit, he didn't cuss, he didn't do any of those things. Officer Mills was there, he told you. Officer Hemphill, the guy from the first scene, none of that. Officer Hemphill even described him as polite. Help me. Who was going to help him? When he's laying on the ground right there, when you hear him say, help me, resisting or surviving, trying to survive. Did y'all hear that first kick that we called the soccer kick? You can hear it make contact in that video. You can hear that kick. Resisting or surviving. I want to take y'all back to last week when we were still in Chattanooga, shift gears. Y'all remember during jury selection we talked so much. There was the Rock City stoning, remember that? And there was a robbery. I talked a little bit about the movie Ocean's 11. Everybody remember that? We were talking about criminal responsibility. And the judge has given you the law now. It's page 58 of your jury instructions. If you want, you can follow along. I'll put it on the screen. As we talked about last week, there's two different ways. It's page 58. Two different ways you can be criminally responsible for the conduct of another. And both of these apply in this case. And we're going to find those two different ways in the second and third paragraphs of page 58. So, what criminal responsibility is, and I think y'all got it from the examples, but now we're talking about this case, right? Last week we were talking about examples of bank robberies and the Rock City stoning. Now we're talking about this case. 5 officers out there, 5 officers acting together. The two different ways that you can be criminally responsible for the behavior of another. The first way is in paragraph 2. The defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by conduct of another if, acting with the intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense or to benefit in the proceeds or results, the defendant, here we go, these are the things, solicits, directs, aids, or attempts to aid another person to commit the offense. And I'm going to focus on directs. I think that'll come up in our proof. You'll hear more about that evidence as I go on. Aids, attempts to aid. Okay? So that's one way you can be criminally responsible. Another one, and a huge one in this case, is found in paragraph 3. The defendant is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if, having a duty imposed by law, and here that's what we're functioning under, imposed by law, to prevent commission of the offense and acting with the intent to benefit in the proceeds or results of the offense or to promote or assist its commission, a defendant fails to make a reasonable effort to prevent commission of the offense. Okay? Aids, attempts to aid, or duty to prevent. So as you go through, you get back in the jury room, you go through these deliberations, and you're considering the conduct of these individuals, you have to consider it under this umbrella of criminal responsibility. And when you read the jury instructions, and if it says the defendant, it's the defendant or one for whom he is criminally responsible. Okay? I want to point that out before I go further. And the other thing I want to look at quickly is page 4. And that is the instruction the judge just gave you. And this is page 4. If you want to look, we'll put it up on the overhead as well. This is second-degree murder. And second-degree murder only has 2 elements. That's what's listed as 1 and 2. Defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Tyre Nichols. 2, the defendant acted knowingly. 2 elements for the state to prove. And we talked about this with y'all last week. Knowingly means that a person acts with an awareness that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. Reasonably certain to cause the death of the alleged victim. Another thing I want to point out is that after it defines knowingly, it says the requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally. Knowingly or intentionally. What I want you to think about as we continue to discuss the evidence today is, how do you know what somebody knew or what they intended according to this? You know based on their actions and their words. That's how you know someone's intention, right? What did they do? And in this case, you can see. You can see what they did, and you can see what they didn't do. You can also hear what they said. So keep those things in mind as we discuss the evidence today. And keep those things in mind as you go back in that jury room and have all this evidence. And you can rewatch any portion today, I'm sure everyone's closing arguments. If somebody points to something that happens, make a note of that timestamp, because you will be able, if you want, when y'all go back to deliberate, if there's any questions, y'all can watch all these videos and find these things for yourselves, okay? So speaking of video, I'm about to play another one, but I want to kind of talk a little bit about what we're going to look for. I want to think back to Mills' testimony. Mills, bigger, bald guy, testified. You see him on the video. He's the guy with the baton, right? He's also the guy with the pepper spray. Pepper sprays first, then batons. Why? Why did he baton? Do you remember what he said? He was angry. He was angry because he just sprayed himself in the face. And we heard from many use of force experts, 3, right? Each defendant called 1. And one thing they all agree on is if you're using force out of anger or to punish, that's acceptable. And Officer Mills sat here and told you that's why he got his baton out, because he was angry. He was angry. The first video we're going to watch is going to be the pole cam. And that's sort of the eye in the sky, right? The pole cam video. And this is going to be a little zoomed in. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. And the reason I want to do that is so we can focus on the actions of officers Bean and Smith. Now keep in mind, criminal responsibility. aid, attempt to aid, duty to prevent. They're aiding. In the beginning of the video, remember how it all sets up. Bean runs in, tackles him, Smith gets there right after, and there's stuff going on the ground in the very beginning. And then the next thing we see is Officer Mills and then Officer Martin. So there's 4 officers in Tyre. And I want you to focus, watching it this time. I told you to see a lot of the same video, but I want you to focus on different things when you watch it. On this time, I want you to focus on Bean and Smith. Okay? Now we all remember Smith is the one who has on tennis shoes, right? And they have a white sole. So it's easy to spot him. And at different times he has on a baseball cap. Bean has on, a sort of a head covering, and you'll see him. So they're the two, and they're holding Tyre down. I want you to look at where their faces are, where their hands are, especially when Emmett Martin comes in with that first soccer kick, then with the second. Then the punches, they're on either side of Tyre, holding his arms while he's getting punched. And Emmett Martin's doing the punching, and he describes those punches as haymakers. And do you remember Mills being asked, what's a haymaker? And he said, it's a knockout punch. Like one punch to do it. And we know from the video that Tyre gets at least 5 of those from Emmett Martin, while Bean and Smith are holding arms. Then, the next thing we see, Tyre's back on the ground, Bean and Smith are still holding him down, and that's when we get Haley run in, get his kick in, as he says, beat that man's ass, swift kick, and then Martin gets another kick, all right? So think about what you see Bean and Smith doing in this version of the video. Just to make sure, Emmett Martin's on the front of the screen closest to us. Again, you know who Justin Smith is because he's got the shoes on that are easy to spot. Bean's the other guy right now holding Tyre. keep an eye on Bean and Smith and that, where their faces were, what they're looking at, what they're doing. We see those first two kicks. After that first kick to the head, you heard all use of force experts agree and testify that first kick, that soccer kick to the head is what? Excessive force. Unnecessary. Deadly. And after that first kick, what do we also have triggered? A duty to prevent it. A duty to prevent. Criminal responsibility, duty to prevent. Bean and Smith holding him down. I mean, their faces are right there. In that first kick, you can hear it on the video. Can you imagine if you were holding the person that took that impact? You would be able to feel it. We can hear it. But they're holding him, Bean and Smith. So, first kick, right there. Duty to prevent. Duty to intervene. Second kick. Duty to prevent. Duty to intervene. Then those punches come, they're holding it. I mean, and we've got all the baton strikes, but we're just putting that in another bag. They're holding him. And that's when the haymakers come, and you can see them. You just saw them. Y'all watch it, count them out. I count at least 5. And you can watch how hard they are, because watch what happens to Tyre's body, his head, how it's impacted by these punches. And after each one of those punches, what do we have? A duty to prevent, a duty to intervene. But these guys continue to hold. Then he's down on the ground. So now we're 2 kicks, at least 5 punches, and that's 7 times. 7 times. Those guys could have intervened, could have prevented, could have done something. Could have just said stop. Nobody said stop. And after those 2 kicks and after those 5 punches, they're on top of Tyre. Because there's a little minute there where you see, you know, they're just sort of in a pile on the ground. Tyre's on the bottom. Bean and Smith are there. Martin's kind of standing over him for a minute. And it's at those moments where in the first video we heard Tyre say 3 times, "Help me." And what's the next thing that happens? Officer Haley. "Beat that man's ass," he says. Do you remember criminal responsibility directs? AIDS, attempts to aid, directs. Beat that man's ass. Runs in, kicks. Again. Bean and Smith right there where the kick took place. Triggers again what? Duty to prevent, duty to intervene. Nobody does anything. And then after Haley says, "Beat that man's ass," does his kick, then we get Martin back in with another kick. So that's a total of 9 times. 2 kicks in the beginning, at least 5 punches, 2 kicks in the end. Not one person does one thing. Not even so much as say, "Stop. Hey, whoa, don't you think that's a little much?" Nothing. Nothing. So then the defense is going to tell you they were pepper sprayed, they didn't see anything. But keep in mind, we can hear these impacts from somebody cam that's on the ground somewhere over there we don't even know. And these men are physically holding Tyre's body while this is happening, with their faces this close. They're going to say they couldn't see it. They were pepper sprayed. They had tunnel vision. There's just no way. We got 9 chances Watch it. What I'm about to play is Mills' body-worn camera. And again, you've seen this, but I want you to watch it with fresh eyes. And what I want you to focus on is the reaction. First of all, Mills, before he sprays, is trying to be responsible about it, right? He's like, hey, y'all, watch out, watch out, watch out. You'll hear him say that. Like, I'm about to spray, watch out. Meaning, get back so you don't get sprayed, right? And you will see, the first time he says that, Bean and Smith step back. Completely let go of Tyre and step back when he gets ready to spray, okay? We're going to watch it in just a second. Then he sprays. I don't know where that spray goes. I don't know. I mean, you watch it, you see it, you know. He kind of steps out, he comes back in, and then he says again, watch it, I'm about to spray. And this time, he sprays himself. And Martin's on the same side as Mills, and they both get it. And the defense is going to have you believe, well, it's in the air, everybody's affected. Well, let me tell you who's affected. You'll hear immediately Mills and Martin, oh shit, you know, reacting. You'll see Martin walk away, you'll see Mills walk away, because it means that it hits them. It's clear. And I want you to think about this too. You've seen those Bad Bob videos that they played for a number of people. When they spray that spray in the Bad Bob video, is it some huge spray, or is it a stream that goes directly into that person's eye? Think about it. You're going to have all those Bad Bob videos, but that's how it sprays, right? So it sprays in a direct stream. So when I watch it, when you see Mills say, I sprayed myself, and you'll see him continue to react. He has to continue to walk off. You'll hear him. He sprayed himself. Martin was standing next to him. He got hit by some of it. You see Martin walk off. And this gets back to the point. What did Mills tell you? He was angry. After he sprayed himself, he comes back with that baton. Right after that pepper spray, when it hits Martin, he's angry. What's he come back and do? Soccer kick 1, kick 2, punches. So watch Mills' body cam with me and think about what you see Bean and Smith doing, how you see Mills and Martin react to this spray.
Shut the fuck up. See right here. Hey. You know that? You might get sprayed again. Hey. Watch out. Mom! Hey. You know what it is? Give me. Okay, alright. Give me what I need. Give me all. Alright. 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 Give me your hand, bro. Give me your hand. Watch out. Spray your ass again. Give me your hand, bro. Watch out. Spray. Alright. Give me your hand, bro. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
So immediately you hear Mills reacting to that spray. Oh shit, and you see Martin have to step away. You can also see right here, that's Martin. You see that little black square? That's Martin throwing down his body-worn camera. Because now Martin's pissed. So this is him throwing down the body-worn camera. That's 20, 33, 51, about there. If you don't want to look at it when you get back there. Here's Martin throwing down his body-worn camera because it's on. You immediately see Martin and Mills react to that spray. They get angry, and then we'll watch what they do next. at Tyre, and this is when he's kicking him. And this is why Mills testified he didn't see those kicks, because he's over here on the back of his car dealing with his pepper spray when those first kicks happen. And again, when you have the body cam back there, you can line all this up.
Shit!
What about, talking about angry, did y'all hear Mills' voice in this video? Mills, the guy who sat here and testified, and y'all couldn't hear a word he said almost because he was the softest talker you've ever heard in your life. Listen to how angry. Listen to the scene. I'm about to baton the fuck out of you. You can hear that. You can hear anything he said on the stand. You can hear that. Because he's angry. They're angry.
He the fucking is! Watch out! Watch out! Give me the head! Give us the head! Give us the head! Same location. Watch the cover. Watch the cover. Watch it. Give me your fucking head.
Keep in mind, Bean and Smith, where they are, what they're doing, how they're assisting, how they're aiding, as they're holding those hands while Martin is delivering these haymakers, how close they are to Tyre, how close they are to Martin as this is happening.
Ross and Casualty.
And you notice, you see in Mills' body cam capture some of those punches, and if you'll remember, Mills told you he heard the first thump, he called it. He heard the first thump, and then he looked and saw what was happening, and he turned away and walked off. Duty to prevent, duty to stop, he didn't do it. He told you. But he saw it and he heard it, and he said, I knew it wasn't good, and I walked away. And that's what we see him do. He just walked away.
We are east of the intersection. The Pasadena Air Street. You can get here from Ross and Pasadena.
Mills was asked, where were Bean and Smith when those first two kicks happened? His answer, right there. Where were Bean and Smith when Martin was given those haymakers? Right there. Right there. Mills told you he didn't do anything to stop it. He didn't tell the EMTs or paramedics what happened. He regretted it. And he played good. That's Mills. So we talked a lot and looked at what Bean and Smith were doing. And in many respects, you can kind of put them in the same category. Because they're doing the same things. Haley, a little different. and we brought it up, we've talked a little bit about it, but Haley is different. His attorney has brought it up on every possible occasion. Well, Haley didn't have a duty to prevent these things. He didn't say, well, of course, I agree with that. He can't report something he never saw. Of course, I agree with that. So let's talk about what Haley did do and what Haley did see. We just got a little clip of it at the end of that. What do we know about Haley? Back to the pepper spray, right? Remember the video from the first scene? Haley tries to pepper spray Tyre and sprays himself. And you see, remember that video from the first stop where Hemphill's helping Haley wash his eyes out, and he stays there on that first scene. That's why he's not here already, because he's there washing his eyes out, right? That's happening at the same time. But once he feels like he can drive, he gets in the car and drives to this scene. And comes running in. Running. Not assessing, not taking his time, not saying, hey Bean, hey Smith, Mills, what's the situation? Where are we? Seeing cuffs, where are we? What's happening? Runs in, says, beat that man's ass, and does a kick. And as soon as he gets done with his kick, Martin comes back in and gives another kick. We heard from 3 use of force experts. And they, all 3, agreed that every use of force that Martin did was excessive and unnecessary. 2 of them, Tisdale and Zawicki, said Haley's kick excessive and unnecessary. One said Haley's kick was fine, and that was Mr. Cameron, who is Haley's use of force expert. He says that Haley came in, made an assessment of the scene, surveyed Tyre Nichols, and decided to deliver a kick expertly to the certain area that would allow them to then cuff Mr. Nichols. Maybe Mr. Cameron has some x-ray vision. I don't know. Y'all have the same video that Mr. Cameron had. You watch it. You decide if that's what Haley did. As he said, beat that man's ass and then kicked. He also wanted you to believe that that was, again, the verbal judo. Beat that man's ass. So, I'll leave it to you. If you agree with Mr. Cameron that Haley's kick is fine, there's another kick right after it from Martin, which triggers what? Duty to intervene, duty to prevent. Stop. Nobody so much as says the word stop one time. But then, what does Haley do? After they drag Tyre over and prop him up against the car, what does Haley do? Takes a picture. A little trophy pic. Well, let's watch just a little video. I know y'all are worn out, y'all seen it a ton. We'll watch this video, and again, we're looking at the actions of Haley. What's Haley doing in this video? What does he say? What does he do? and this is going to be the sync video. This has the pole cam video, but the audio you'll hear is from Officer Bean's body cam.
Get your hand! Give me a hand, turn around. Lay back. Lay back like that. All right. Lay back like that. Lay back. Lay back. Lay back. All right. Lay back like that. All right.
So here, Tyre's on the ground, Dean, Smith, Martin, all there. Taking 2 kicks, 5 haymakers to the head, and you'll hear sort of the beep. It sounds like a car locking, and right after that, we're going to see Haley run into the scene. What does Haley say right after he delivers that kick after Martin's kick. That motherfucker made me spray myself. Because he's pissed, he's angry. And he is reacting out of anger. Runs in, delivers that kick. Bean and Smith right there, duty to prevent. Then, after they drag Tyre up, prop him against the car, and start high-fiving, fist bumping, talking about who got the best licks, who did what. Haley walks over and takes a picture of Mr. Nichols. Did his expert testify he was documenting his injuries? For what? For who? The 11 people he sent that picture to? Pull that picture up. So after yelling, beat that man's ass, running and kicking, hanging out, high-fiving, talking, he goes over and takes this picture and then sends it out to at least 11 people, was the testimony we heard. And what about the text thread he had with some other MPD officer, MPD officer Fox, or so it was saved in the phone? Whoever MPD Fox is must have heard about the incident. Who beat dude up last night? Haley responds, us. They relieved some folks for real? Yeah, 6 of us. Damn, I don't understand why though. I guess it's just procedure, I don't know. It's just stupid. Keep y'all head up, Brody. The city need y'all for real, for real. Appreciate it, bro. No big deal. Who beat that man up? So when you start to think about what Haley's intentions were, if Haley did things knowingly, you can look at his actions, you can look at his words, you can look at his text to know what he was thinking. What he was doing was intentional and knowing. Look at his picture. Look at his text. An indictment, the indictment in this case, and it will say State of Tennessee versus Tadarius Bean, Justin Smith, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin, and Desmond Mills. You know who's not on trial this week? Tyre Nichols. He's the victim in this case. And by the time y'all hear from the defense today, they're going to try to have you convinced that Tyre should be on trial. They're gonna show you these credit cards that were found in his car days after. These officers had no idea those cards were in that car. They're gonna want to talk about some mushrooms that were found in the trunk of Tyre's car. 1.77 grams. Do you remember TBI agent Chuck Baker who testified? He was asked how much is 1.77 grams, and he said a dollar bill weighs about a gram. So the amount of mushrooms that were in Tyre's trunk were the weight of $2 bills. And so because of that, he deserved this? Because he had those credit cards in his car? They didn't even know. They didn't even know that stuff was there. TDI found that when they executed a search warrant on Tyre's car days after the event. But they're going to say, well, he was guilty of something, so that's why he was running. So let's just take a minute and think why Tyre was running. And this is where it gets tricky. Because you got to put a lot of faith in what Emmett Martin says. Hemphill told you that he was out there and he heard Martin say that he had one speeding. Hemphill didn't see anybody speeding. Do you remember what he said he saw Tyre Nichols do? Improper lane change, meaning he went in the other lane without turning his blinker on. And if Hemphill had had to arrest Tyre Nichols that night, the violation he saw was improper lane change. And fleeing, he says. If you remember that video, it was Martin's body cam. Those blue lights are on for maybe 20 or 30 seconds. Keep in mind, these are unmarked cars. It doesn't say Memphis Police on the side, right? They're just Dodge Chargers, no markings. They do have blue lights. So he has blue lights on for like 30 seconds, and then he turned them off. And if Tyre is driving like a crazy person and trying to get away from them, why then? Do you remember where they see him? At a red light, with his blinker on, waiting to turn to go into his neighborhood. He's sitting at a red light with his blinker on, waiting to turn. And this is when they encounter Tyre for the first time. And we're going to play just a clip from that scene. It's that chaotic traffic stop where they're all given commands. It's chaos. Y'all remember that game Simon Says? Like, and then you had to do it in the order? I mean, this is like the deadliest, craziest game of Simon Says I've ever seen. They're lay flat, do this, I'll break your arm, give me your hands, do this. I mean, it's total chaos. And think about this too. At the other scene, after the fact, once Tyre's propped up on the car and you hear them all, they start high-fiving and talking about what happened at this stop. One of the things you'll hear Haley say is, man, he came out of that car swinging. He almost got me. Tyre Nichols doesn't have a shot. He doesn't have a chance. They drag him out of the car. Why is Tyre running? I submit to you, it doesn't have anything to do with these cards or mushrooms in the trunk. I submit to you, he's running from those officers. And then the defense is also going to make a big deal about that pole cam where you can see Tyre kind of hiding behind the cars. Yeah, he is. He's hiding from them. And they're going to want to say he was hiding things, putting things down. You watch the video. It's not there. Chuck Baker, the TBI agent, told you there's nothing there. He's not hiding anything. There's nothing there. You watch it. He's hiding from those guys. Y'all stay with me. I know it's late. I've been talking a long time. I know you're hungry. You want lunch. I got a little more to go, and then we get your lunch break. It's also not the state of Tennessee versus Robert Long. Remember the little EMT who sat up here and testified? They want to say, well, he should have done this, and he should have done that, and he should have done this. Well, they're the reason he's there. If they hadn't done what they did, the EMT would never have had to respond. He responds, and he thinks he's responded to a pepper spray and tasing. Remember that first interaction at the first scene where he talks to Hemphill? He said, no, it's not for me, because they were real confused. They were like, did you call us here? And he's like, no, it's, And they say, the patient, where's the patient? And he's at another location. He's been pepper sprayed and tased. And it turns out the taser never even hit him. Hemphill told you that. But that's what they were responding to. And then they get there and they see what Tyre looks like, and he told you, I assumed, because he ran, when they tackled him, that's how he got the injuries that I could see on his face. Nobody told him. Nobody told him what really happened. So don't let the defense blame shift. It's not EMT Long's fault. It's not Tyre Nichols' fault that they did what they did, because he had some credit cards in his car, because he had 1.77 grams of mushrooms. We're here about the acts of these defendants. That's who's on trial this week. All right, if y'all will stay with me, we got to look at the law for just a second, and I'm going to go through it fast. One thing before I do, the medical examiner, Dr. Ross. And you'll have his report, that's part of evidence when you go back there. The main thing that caused, the ultimate cause of death was blunt force injuries to the head. Based on the video that y'all have seen 1,000 times now, that doesn't surprise anybody. But what I want to draw your attention to, if you'll remember when he testified, he talked about torsional injuries. That's the thing about torque, right? And he described how your skull, your brain is inside the skull and it's attached. And if your head is hit with so much force that the brain can't keep up with the skull and it tears away. And those torsional injuries are what Tyre Nichols had. That's what caused the brain trauma. And how, as Dr. Ross, when do you normally see that? Do you remember what he said in car wrecks? That's the kind of force we're talking about. But what's the other thing that makes that significant? In a car wreck, seatbelt. You're being held in a position, and the force makes your head turn while the rest of your body doesn't turn with it. And what do we know about what was happening out there that night? Bean and Smith are holding Tyre down when those first kicks come. So his body's being held stationary while that force goes to his head. The force of the first kick, the force of the second kick. And same thing when we have those haymakers, those punches. Again, he's being held. Normally, if you got punched with one of those, you just fall down. Your body would go with the force of the punch. But if you're being held, you can't. So look at that report. All right. The instructions, I'm not going to read them all to you. I'm going to go through a few things. I got a few pages I want to talk about, and then I'm going to sit down, I promise, and y'all can eat lunch. So stay with me. First one I want to talk about, I'm just going to talk about, there's 7 counts of the indictment. If you don't look at that, there are a bazillion lesser included offenses. Did y'all notice that when the judge was reading? I submit to you, you don't need them all, because the state's proven the charges in the indictment. And if you agree with that, you don't need to look at the lessers, because you just go with the count in the indictment. The first one, 2nd-degree murder. We've talked about this. This is page 4. And remember, when we think about all this, we have to think about that sort of umbrella of criminal responsibility. So every time you see defendant, that means any of these defendants or anyone for whom they are criminally responsible. Okay? So 2nd-degree murder just has 2 things. Defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, Tyre Nichols. Defendant acted knowingly. I submit to you, based on the proof from the medical examiner, the brain trauma, those injuries were caused by the impacts of Emmett Martin. Soccer kicks, 5 haymakers to the head. That the defendant, Emmett Martin, or criminally responsible for his behavior, right? They're all out there. They're all doing it together. Certain people are holding, certain people are kicking, certain people are batoning. We got all sorts of things going on, but they're all engaged together. Aid, attempts to aid, or duty to prevent. That's 2nd-degree murder. That's page 4. The next one, page 15, is the 2nd count of the indictment. Aggravated assault acting in concert. This has 3 elements. The defendant intentionally or knowingly caused bodily injury to Tyre Nichols. Check. The act resulted in serious bodily injury to Tyre Nichols. Check. Right. 3, that the defendant committed the offense while acting in concert with 2 or more other persons. Check. Right. So a total of 5 officers involved in this. 5 officers listed in the indictment. We have 3 on trial this week, but you've seen what Emmett Martin's doing out there, and you've heard from Officer Mills. The next count of the indictment, count 3, is on page 23. If y'all want to turn to it, we'll put it up. And the next 2 counts are the same, so we can kind of cover them at the same time. It's aggravated kidnapping. And this probably, of all the counts, sounds the weirdest at first. You think about kidnapping, you know, somebody grabs somebody and ties them up and puts them in the trunk of a car and drives across town and dumps them out. Clearly that's not what we have here. So this is a sort of a different way to think about kidnapping. So look at the elements. The elements of aggravated kidnapping here. And so this is count 3. It's aggravated kidnapping with bodily injury. And count 4 is going to look just the same, except it's an alternate theory, and it's aggravated kidnapping while you possess a weapon, okay? So we can kind of look at these at the same time. That the defendant knowingly removed or confined Tyre Nichols unlawfully so as to interfere substantially with his liberty. So the state isn't arguing that he was removed, right? It's that he's confined. It's that he's cuffed. And he's propped up against that car. Unlawful. There was a time that night, there was a time when those officers could have arrested Tyre. And that would have been lawful. But that changed the minute we got that first soccer kick, that first use of excessive force that no one does anything about. That's when it changes. That's when, from that moment forward, everything that they do next is unlawful. So when he's sitting in cuffs, propped up, his liberty is clearly interfered with. He's propped up against that car, and they're high-fiving, hanging out. Nobody's rendering any aid. You heard the use of force experts that officers have a duty to render basic medical aid that they can. Nobody's doing anything. Really not even paying attention to them at all. DMTs get there, nobody tells anything that's going on. So that's the kidnapping. It's when he's there cuffed, liberty interfered with, he's confined, and we know he has bodily injury. During that time, he's basically dying. We know by the time the paramedic gets there, he's going into cardiac arrest. And shortly thereafter, you heard Dr. Ross talk about all the things that are happening in his body and how quickly that's happening. And then he goes into organ failure. By the time he gets to the hospital. So 23 is aggravated kidnapping with bodily injury, and page 32 is aggravated kidnapping with a deadly weapon. And again, the only difference you'll see here on page 32 is under number 2, is that the defendant possessed or threatened the use of deadly force. I'm sorry, use of a deadly weapon. Possess. All these officers have a gun. They possess a deadly weapon while they have him restrained unlawfully, while they have him confined and are interfering with his liberty. So those are the two theories of aggravated kidnapping. One with bodily injury, one with a weapon. That takes us to official misconduct, count 5. And this is page 37. If anybody's following along, we'll put it up on the screen as well. And at the top, you'll see official misconduct, unauthorized exercise of official power. Count 6 is another count of official misconduct with a different theory. We'll look at it next. Unauthorized exercise of official power. This one has 4 elements, and you'll see them numbered. Defendant acted as a public servant. We know these are MPD officers. Their oath of office are part of the evidence that you all will have. Number 2, committed an act relating to the defendant's office or employment that constituted an unauthorized exercise of official power. So from the moment of that first soccer kick, everything going on out there is unlawful, and now it's unauthorized use of their official powers, because we've had excessive force and nobody's stopping it. Number 3, that the defendant, and remember, this is the defendants plural, or the defendant, the one who is criminally responsible for, right? So, and then 4, that the defendant acted with the intent to obtain a benefit or to harm another. And clearly, Tyre is harmed. So So that's the first count of official misconduct. The second count of official misconduct is on page 41. And this is an alternate theory. This is refraining from performing a duty. So it's all the same elements, 1, 2, 3, 4 that we just discussed, except number 2 is the different. That the defendant refrained from performing a duty that was imposed by law or that was clearly inherent in the nature of the office or employment. Refraining from performing a duty. These guys had a duty to inform the EMT about what was going on, about what they had done, about what kind of care this guy needed. Nobody did anything. And that takes us to the last count, count 7. Page 44. And this is official oppression. It has 2 elements. That the defendant was a public servant acting under color of office or employment. Yes, these are MPD officers in uniform. That the defendant intentionally subjected another to mistreatment or to arrest, detention, stop, frisk, halt, search, seizure, or dispossession that the defendant knew was unlawful. I'm going to give a mistreatment. Tyre was subjected to mistreatment. I promise I'm almost done. The last one we're going to look at is kind of where we started. Page 58, criminal responsibility. Two different ways you can be criminally responsible for the conduct of another. Direct aid, attempt to aid, focus on those. Duties to prevent, commission of the offense. Okay? Do you remember this week when we watched sort of a little animated video? Defendant Smith put it on, and it was like a cartoon thing where it only showed what Smith was doing. Do you remember that video? That's not what happened out there. It's 5 officers acting together. If it was one officer out there, would we be here? No. If it was just Justin Smith in that animated video, no. That's not real life. That's an animated video. It's a vacuum. Every step of the way, you'll see all these videos. What do you see? You see these officers working together. Holding an arm while he's getting punched. Holding him down while he's getting soccer kicked. At the end, after he's on the ground, 3 officers on top of him. That's when we got Haley rolling. Beat that man's ass, kick, another kick. All 5 officers. Not one. All 5. But it's not just their actions that you have to look at. You also have to look at their omissions to act. The duty after every one of those impacts, and I count 9. 2 kicks, 5 haymakers, 2 more kicks. 4 total kicks, 5 total punches. Every one of those requires a duty to prevent, a duty to intervene. And that's part of criminal responsibility. And not once does someone so much as say, stop. In fact, as soon as it's over, we start fist bumping, we start high-fiving, we start playing back what we all did. It was so great. Ladies and gentlemen, in our opening, Mr. Hagerman told you these men aren't monsters. We're not here to tell you they are. You've heard from a bunch of character witnesses for Bean and Smith. So they're great guys, good officers. Okay. What we're here to talk about is what happened on January 7th, 2023. And not one of those character witnesses was on the scene that night. Told you last week, it came up when we were still in Chattanooga. Something about the jury voting good or bad. That's not what you go back there to do. Not good or bad, not right or wrong. But did the state carry their burden in proving these 7 counts? Did they prove that these 3 officers did what we say they did on January 7th, 2023? Are good people capable of doing bad things? That night, January 7th, 2023, those 3 officers did bad things. And when Tyre cried for help, didn't do anything. Nobody helped. Nobody prevented. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and take a break at this time, allow you all to have your lunch. We will call you all back in as soon as we're ready to get started